Previously on Tradin Faves.
Ugh, time limits. Son of a bitch.
You can't say that! The Chow are listening!
Ciao!
And so it continues.
The darkness, the darkness, the dusk, throw it all away. You see a light wherever you go. You have to face it again and again. Oh, the darkness, the darkness, the dusk, throw it all away. No one can break you, nobody can tear you. You live in endless life forever. Oh, the darkness, the darkness, the dusk, throw it all away. You see a light wherever you go. You have to face it again and again.
I'm Joseph, the purplest cheeseman in the world. Ha 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 ha! I finally did it! I've made this episode a two-parter! That delightful Sakura has to join us for another episode. She has to listen to me praise time limit mechanics more. What are you going to do now, David? If you are against me, you'll have to suffer the same fate as your buddy Sakura. Welcome back to Tradin Faves.
Amazing. Time limits. Like,
Oh, that was so good.
my worst nightmare. No.
My job is simply to disorient and confuse the guests.
It's working rather well.
Our audience is already confused. They've clicked away from the video.
Anyone who's listening, they couldn't chase me away. So I am here.
We had to. We had to do part 2.
Of course we
Please, we need to
did.
give someone else a chance to guest on the show. Never.
No.
My
no.
show
We
now.
don't do things like that. My show, my rules.
I'm part of the team permanently. Oh.
You signed the contract.
Oh no.
The pact is sealed.
The pact is sealed. Shadow, you betrayed me again.
That's not this game. That's Shadow the Hedgehog. That's a different game.
Also, I need a drink after doing that. Oh my goodness.
I would love to have
Yeah.
seen Black Doom in Sonic Adventure 2 like model style.
Low poly black dude.
Exactly.
Poly Black Doom.
Already bothered me about Shadow the Hedgehog game anyways is that the decorations that are hanging off of his robe are totally flat. And it just always
Right.
bothered. I mean, I understand why they did it, but it always bothered me. Anyway, getting off track. Sorry.
Yeah, and enough about Black Doom and his tunic made of wax paper. We gotta talk about Sonic Adventure 2!
You're just jealous of my riz. I got that drip though.
Yeah, so for those horribly confused, because this is your first time clicking on a video of ours, welcome to Tradin Faves, where we talk about games on our own time and then discuss them afterwards in a podcast format. This is part 2 of our Sonic Adventure 2 retrospective, so please go back and see the first episode before watching this one if you haven't. That will give you plenty of time to decide whether or not it's worth it to listen to this one.
It's true.
That depends. Are we going to spend a whole hour talking about Chow Gardens?
Well, I feel like any good man could, so...
Only true fans.
Yeah. Only true Sonic fans have spent at least half their lifetime in the Chow Garden.
We've offered up our souls to the Chow. It's that meme
Just to suffer.
of like what are hands for? For petting the Chow. For feeding your Chow. For taking your Chow to the daycare. For forfeiting all your earthly possessions to the Chow.
Oh.
That's right. I agree. And so this, if you have listened to part 1, this shouldn't come as any surprise, but we continue to be joined by SakuraNight,
Hello.
whose social medias and whatever other projects you want to will plug at the end of this.
Okay. You asked for it.
I'm scared. What do you have planned?
Citizens of Earth, lend me your ears.
It's time to get edgy. We gotta talk about the dark story.
Yeah! Okay, I know that I said that I liked the hero story just a bit more, but I do love the dark story. It's a lot of fun.
It is fun.
It's good. It's, strangely enough, it's where all the character arcs happen. Because, for the most part, like, Sonic and Company are, like, the established characters that, like, kind of don't have a lot of, like, growth as characters because they, like, push the narrative forward.
Yeah, Tails gets a mini one.
Tails gets a little bit. It's true. Like, they do get, like, some semblance of character arcs, but, like, for the most part, it's, like, the dark story is, like, where all the new characters are, and we get to see a lot more of Eggman, and so there's a lot more, I don't know, like, characters figuring out and, like, finding their footing.
Yup.
And, scheming. There's lots of scheming.
I like how they all have walkie-talkies. Like, I know Eggman could have built them, but when has Eggman gone back to his base of operations at any point and gotten the parts for said walkie-talkies?
He had a robot build it for him.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't be bothered to waste time on this.
That's why I built this robot, to build it for me.
What is my job? You build walkie-talkies. That is your purpose. Oh my god. All right. So we got our introduction to the dark story with Iron Gate with Eggman.
Yeah. Honestly, I love both the hero and the dark stories have such great opening hooks for the game.
They really do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sonic's escaping the police, like, city escape. Eggman, you are literally breaking into Alcatraz.
Yep.
like quite literally high security prison, and it just starts out where you're just breaking in.
You get those, like, stock animated explosion gifs over the screen as Eggman busts in. You see
The
that?
like, mighty number 9 explosions.
The pizza explosions.
Yeah.
Oh man, no! But I also, one of my favorite things is like the security level doors, like how they upgrade security more and more. And then there's like that bit at the very end where just like that hall of doors locks down and you need the missile.
You know what I've always liked about Iron Gate is how you have the woman on the intercom. She's like, level 4 has been breached and blah blah blah. And then you're getting to like level 6 or whatever, and she's all like level 6 has been breached. Get him.
Somebody
It starts getting more frantic as you keep going.
Somebody at this establishment, do your job.
Pick up the pace.
It's like, this is literally Alcatraz here. Like, what are you guys doing?
And you see just all those floating robots. They're just like staring at you, bobbing up and down. Yeah, that's your security. They're just staring at us.
You didn't program us with guns.
My programming is to stand here menacingly.
I will say, like, maybe it's because I'm so inclined to start with the hero story, but it does kind of feel like a lesser Prison Lane.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
And I think it's mostly down to the music.
You don't like,
because like the
Eggman blasting his own theme in a level.
I mean the music's great, but like Prison Lane.
I mean, yes.
Like Prison Lane is like one of the best tracks in the game, and then this is just like, it's good.
It's good Eggman
music.
That, and City Escape is standing right there.
Fair.
Excuse you.
I did say one of.
Yeah, all right.
And one of encompasses like half the soundtrack.
That's fair. I'll concede that to you.
But I mean, the like you guys are saying, the security lock doors help kind of give you the feel that like you're not on the run. You are the thing everything is running from.
Yeah.
You're the big bad busting in. And especially just the missile at the end is super satisfying.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Again, I said it a bunch in the last episode, but I'm going to keep saying it. This game is just a big dumb action movie.
It is.
It
This
really
is literally our like opening villain. Like, all right, what's the villain? What's our antagonist up to? Like, this whole like level, this whole like plot point.
And his motivation for breaking in is to get a hedgehog.
He didn't know that.
I think it was he was trying to find some secret weapon or something, some ultimate weapon, haha. And then he got more than he bargained for. Way more.
He got the second most marketable character in the entire franchise.
Sorry, Knuckles.
Is that you, Sonic? Are you here to? I just
like.
I mean,
I
love how
here.
Yeah. I love how not surprised he is by the idea of Sonic being there.
That's fair.
Like,
just like oh my gosh, she's here too.
Yes, of course he'd be here in the top secret military base I spent all this time breaking into, because why not?
Of course, Gunn would be protecting a hedgehog.
It is interesting though, because like he didn't know what Shadow was. He's like, all right, there's a top secret military research project that my grandfather like worked on. Let's go see what that's about.
And then he gets an animal.
Hedgie the Hedgie.
What the is this?
Shadow's jet shoes that he never uses to fly.
He does it for one cutscene.
It was so cool.
It was cool.
I bet he just actually can't do it, but he was just doing it that one time for dramatic effect.
Yeah.
Dude, Shadow is literally just a theater kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he does everything for the dramatic flair of everything.
I will grant you one wish. Like, oh, seriously?
I will grant you one wish, as long as your wish is to go to the space colony Ark and fire a laser.
I want $10 million. What? I want $10 million.
I can't grant that wish.
Why?
Why?
Well, why not? That's what I want.
You're not like Gerald.
Gerald wanted 20 million. Get wrecked, scrub.
Skill issue.
Yeah.
And then a big robot comes in.
Maria. Those are amateur
No, not
numbers.
Maria. All right, so what are we thinking about Hotshot?
Hotshot.
This is our first boss.
This is a cool way to introduce Shadow, I think, and like how powerful he is.
It was kind of neat.
I do appreciate that it's not like just copy pasted Bigfoot, but they give him the little lock on laser.
Yeah, I did like that too.
They change it up just enough. Which one is it? Because it's Spider Troop is Bigfoot. This is Scorpion Troop's Hotshot.
That's right. They all have.
Yeah, they're part of. Dude, I'm a nerd about this game. I know these things.
No, but it's like when they introduce the boss, like an entire like URL to a website, like types out, like explaining all their information.
Do you know their pilots' names? Sorry, I'm just giving you sass.
Here's my Twitter bio.
It's basically it types out their whole Twitter bio.
It's got their latest.
These like
tweets
boss
and everything.
introductions are so detailed.
It's just Hotshot's pilots has some pretty saucy takes.
I think that blowing up the moon was cool.
Yeah.
Wow, you see this?
Ratio plus no one asked.
So mean.
Oh man. And then
I really hope this isn't the pace that we're gonna go through the entire episode with.
I did
those ones out of the way.
I did just want to acknowledge
we're getting into the flow.
Like how like Eggman's like, oh, that was really impressive. So, like, what do you mean by the wish? And then Shadow literally is just like, get me the Chaos Emeralds and meet me on the space colony. bye. And it just, like, walks away, and Eggman's just, like, sitting there like, what just happened?
Who are you?
Why are you ordering me around? What's going on? Why was this what my grandfather was working on?
This wasn't what I wanted. I wanted a PS5.
I wanted a way to kill a sassy hedgehog, not another sassy hedgehog.
Oh man. But yeah, and then we retread some old ground.
We already talked about this cutscene, but this is our Rouge introduction.
Yep. But then we get
Dry Lagoon.
Yeah, Dry Lagoon. Our
Dry
first
Lagoon is
Rouge
cool.
level. I like how this level has like a narrative of like you save the turtle and then it takes you to the other area.
The turtle is my favorite part of this.
I
level.
do.
This is so literally you got jazz music, you got turtles, and you got like a segmented level where you start in one area and then like go through the water to the other area.
That's
and
so fun.
I think that's a recipe for a great level in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. It's not just this one level. You go somewhere else. That's neat.
I do
neat.
have a question of why did Gunn have the turtle hostage?
That thing was massive. It was like a dinosaur.
You know
Why
what?
didn't they have it hostage?
That's fair.
I'm kidding. I love the turtle. I'm sorry.
Well, actually, this is interesting if you think about Sonic Heroes and like the Ocean Palace, like all the turtles.
True.
They're
were
big
massive.
turtles in this world. That's a little one.
I wonder if that turtle is gonna like grow into one of those.
That's
Maybe.
crazy.
This turtle's gonna grow into an island one day. Quick, we must relocate it.
Sorry, my brain
How can we weaponize this?
My brain just went to Sonic Unleashed and like the planet splitting apart. It's just a bunch of turtles like carrying the continents on their backs.
No, as it turns out, Gunn was actually trying to help the turtle because they knew it was going to quickly outgrow its environment, but then Rouge ruined it all by killing the robots.
You idiots have no idea.
It's like stuck.
What have you done? It's growing now.
It's like a goldfish in an ocean.
Yeah. To talk about the level a little bit, like we mentioned Wild Canyon, I think it's fine for like a first level. It's serviceable. But Dry Lagoon is just like, this is a great like treasure hunting stage all around.
It is. I like this one.
It's the fact that you have a clear objective and that you immediately see the robots standing by the turtle, and you know you're already like, okay, these are bad guys, I attack them. And so you attack the robots and you see that you saved the turtle. It incentivizes you to hop on, go to the other side. You learn how like the two sides of the world work. And you get to just listen to some really jammin' flutes the whole while that you're doing it. So like,
yeah. And it was Rouge's introduction, so the music kind of gives you an idea of like, okay, this is who she is. I mean, not entirely who she is, but like you get kind of a vibe.
Mm-hmm. You're not listening to rock and roll like those stinky boys do.
With the speed of sound. No, none of that.
Eggman. Dun, dun, dun. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, just listen to some smooth jazz. What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a neat level. Then from there we go to Sand Ocean. This level, like, I'm like, it's alright. I do find, like, one of the things I do like about it is, the fact that, I mentioned this, I think, in the last one, but how, like, all of the enemies are gun robots, so, like, Eggman is sneaking past them to get into his own base. Whereas, like, when you go through, like, these levels as Sonic and everything, it's all, like, Eggman robots. Which I think it's just a neat little bit of like storytelling without like directly saying anything. I like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This game's packed full of attention to detail.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the sand levels.
Yeah.
I'm
They're not
sorry.
ideal, no.
I don't.
Nah, you're good.
I mean, Eggman's is marginally better. I did say that in the first one, right? That I liked his better than the Tails one. I don't remember if I mentioned
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Or if I had them swapped around and my brain just doesn't remember right. But no, yeah. I mean, yeah, just...
I think Eggman's level being earlier in the campaign kind of helps it too, because it's less like, oh, make all these like crazy jumps from like lever to lever and you're surrounded by 1,000 monkeys and you have to
Yeah.
blow apart a bunch of stupid walls. It's just like, no, there's like some rotating platforms and some moving platforms and you just
There's a couple of
straightforward,
jumps
hop
over
across.
quicksand, like...
so smooth. Yeah.
I do like knocking over the pillars and making
Yes!
pathways. That's
Those
really
were
Yeah, it's
fun.
pretty satisfying.
That was fun. I forgot about that.
I do appreciate that there's a lot more like environmental destruction happening in the Dark Story.
Yeah. There is. That's right.
And like it's a very simple level. There's not much to it, but just like Eggman levels in general, just killing it with the industrial rock.
Yep.
He's got the master plan, after all.
Yep.
You do.
I do also, this level does lead into that cutscene. It just has Eggman, I love just the little attention to detail. If he walks in, he turns on the news and then scratches his butt as he's watching. Like, that didn't need to be there, but it's just really funny that it is.
Like, oh, come on.
Just the most like disgusting man.
It's like, maybe you and the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog incarnation are similar enough. Like, there is a connection there.
I feel like it's a case of like bored animator syndrome, where they're just like, well, we can't just have him standing
That's
here
true.
watching a
You
TV.
need a little bit of idle animation.
And that's his idle animation.
Yeah.
He scratches his butt. Somebody had to do the motion capture for that.
But yeah, and I love though, like the transition from like him watching the news to then like Shadow and his flashback.
Yeah, it is a good transition.
Also, the very British newscaster. We'll put out
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that's
Interrupt
right.
this broadcast. I'm British.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the Hedgehog love.
And I guess, like you said with the transition, it eases us in quite nicely to one of the most iconic stages in the game.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
Promise
again,
you
bold
revenge.
statements.
This is why I keep tacking on one of.
So the keyword, because I'm going to call you out on it.
You're going to call me out on it whether I put that there or not.
Yeah.
It's the Golden Gate Bridge!
It's true.
It's Radical Highway!
Yes, Radical Highway.
Except it's the Golden Gate Bridge under construction.
It's not finished.
There's large chunks of it missing.
That's true.
What kind of highway?
How are people supposed
What kind
to
of
drive
highway
on
is this?
Oh, this is
Oh, did you hear terrible news? Ted died on the loop-de-loops on his way to work again.
and they really need to get that like straightened out. Put some like speed
know,
boosters in there so people can actually make that.
He's only got 2 lives left. He's not going to make the commute.
So what you're saying is, the game takes place anywhere between 1933 and 1937.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The bridge is still under construction. That means it's not done.
Maybe they're fixing it. I don't know. Eggman blows things up all the time. Maybe it was his fault.
Yeah, okay.
Well, here's the thing. The bridge would have been done sooner, but there's fighter pilots dropping bombs on it every 10 minutes.
That's true. If the bombs weren't landing on the highway, the people could get to work on time.
I mean, you gotta get out of your car, grab onto the nearest rocket, and then go across.
That's right.
Or install the hover jets to your car. Come on, get with it, plebs.
There's also
You can't make it.
if you come back, there's a light dash trail on the opposite direction where you get the flame ring.
So easy. Come
You have
on.
to have special shoes, though.
Yeah, that's
No, there's like a guy can't make it to work because he's not dexterous enough to roll under the big like spinning pillar.
I can't make it. It's
Hey,
like someone being afraid to step on an escalator that's going down. He just can't make it in time.
I mean that's how Soap's competing with like Jordans and stuff.
Light dash.
You can't do this with Nike.
Oh man,
Can your Air Jordans do this?
Air Jordans, they're air shoes.
Fantastic. The music though, Radical Highway's
Oh,
music.
Radical Highway's great.
That's a fun stage. That was also, aside from like White Jungle, Radical Highway was like my default shadow stage when I had to collect things for the chows. You know this already.
Yep.
Right. I think I was always just like really into the music of Radical Highway. I'm like, oh, the guitar riffs are so cool and everything. And then they reused it as the background music in Shadow the Hedgehog for the multiplayer battles.
That's right.
And I simultaneously have so many like fond and bitter memories of that. And so I think about that when I hear this music.
You just get like trauma flashbacks when you hear the music. Like, oh no.
You might look like me, but I know you're just a fake. Let's see which one of us is the fake then.
Turns out Robotnik actually made 2 shadows.
Shadow, he needs a brother. Make this one yellow, like mac and cheese.
I'm making mac and cheese, and no one can
orange
stop me.
Orange looks cool.
But it doesn't accent his eyes.
I don't care.
It throws off the whole Kabuki-inspired, like, red.
You threw off my groove.
Sorry. I'm done.
Gerald gets thrown out of the space colony.
Sorry! Gerald was the imposter.
Sus.
That was how they executed him.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they, as we've seen in the hero story, they do have just a capsule in the center of the
That
room
ejects
designed to
people
ship
out.
people out into space. They had to have used it at least once or twice.
Oh man.
No, Maria, I'm not the imposter.
You're kind of sus, Shadow.
Oh my goodness.
Let's
what
see.
comes
I guess
next?
the last detail about Radical Highway that I want to talk about is for some reason on Sonic Generations on the 3DS, they brought back Radical Highway as a stage,
Really?
which was like a double slap in the face because like we expected the 3DS to be like handheld Sonic games.
Yeah, like Sonic Rush or something.
Yeah, but just like not even a level where you play as Sonic.
But Sonic was there.
They put it in. Yeah.
So he's like, I remember this. I actually don't remember this.
How come everything seems so much darker than the last time I was here? Oh, wait.
Yeah, just weird little thing they did.
Yeah.
Were you even rescuing Shadow at that segment?
No, Shadow's still the boss of that area.
Oh.
Because it's weird.
Yeah, it was strange.
The classic remix is really good, and the modern remix is kind of not.
That's a little bit. Well, I mean, when I think of Generations, this is getting off track, but when I think of Generations, like the modern music of, say, Rooftop Run, that's my favorite. I love the modern remix version of that. and this is going to be a little controversial, but even over the original in Sonic Unleashed. Sorry.
Finally, you have a controversial opinion on our show.
At least I was nice enough to admit it.
Everyone disliked the video.
You're only hurting
No,
yourself.
Actually, here's something I can say that'll hurt myself. I agree. I actually do like the modern version of Rooftop Run very much.
I think that is kind of the general consensus of that version, is that it's really good.
Mm-hmm. It's also not in Sonic Adventure 2. Who wants to talk about egg quarters?
Not me. I'm just kidding.
Actually, yes, this is important. There is Ladybug Larry chasing you in the middle of egg quarters. So, Sakura, please tell everybody why this is a bad level, because it contains enemies chasing you.
I don't like being chased. I don't like stealth and stuff in games. It makes me nervous.
As a kid, this level definitely scared the crap out of me. Because I was like, oh, I can't get caught. And then I think I did at one point. I'm like, oh, I just dropped my rings that I'll just pick up again. Alright, moving on. Just like
I didn't like it.
All of a sudden, like, it wasn't as scary. But I do like this level for what it does theming-wise.
Yes.
Like, this is the perfect level for Rouge. In that, like, it's her sneaking into Eggman's base, and you, like, hide in the shadows as you, like, hunt down the keys.
Mm-hmm.
I like the mix of, oh, it's all this older stuff, oh, Egyptian, whatever, and then you get to certain parts, and it's like, all right, here's the gun segment, gun/Robotnik segment.
The industrialized underbelly.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of brings, like, I don't. Maybe I could be wrong with this, but like Sonic CD or Sonic the Hedgehog, how certain parts of the games were, oh, it's all nature, and then as you progress, it's like, oh, this is more robotic. Uh-oh.
The man versus machine. Or not like man versus nature. Kind of like undertones that the franchise has had.
You know, kind of in theme with pyramid levels in the Dark Story so far. I also kind of feel like Egg Quarters just completely kicks Death Chamber's butt as far as like treasure hunting pyramid stage goes.
Yeah.
Because like Death Chamber is like way too big and way too many hallways.
Sorry, Knuckles.
Y'all hear that motorcycle out there?
Oh, I think I can.
Is that Shadow?
You just hear like in the background, just getting louder. I see no hero.
Here we go, buddy. Here we go, buddy. Here we go. I guess now here's something I can kind of commiserate with Sakura on this, because Egg Quarters is also kind of the start of something that I do not like in video games. And I guess technically this is in the hero story too, but I didn't really find a place to talk about this. But jump scares are something that bothers me.
Yeah.
And there's the little ghosts.
That's right.
that like pop out.
The little ones.
And it's so like nothing. You could hardly even consider it a jump scare. But because I have such an issue with jump scares, they still get me.
It's like, game developers, why?
It's so like when you play on like the hard mode stages, they like stuff more ghosts into the levels.
So unnecessary.
It's so mean.
It is
so
mean.
stupid. And this is like especially like Rouge and Knuckles pyramid levels, like they're just ghosts all over.
Oh.
And it's so like I get it, it's the theming because like King Boom Boo is there, but like I hate jump scares.
Ghosts try to approach
I'm really mad about that.
Look, you can't go
got
into a
leery.
ghost's house and be mad when the ghost is home. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I can be mad when the developers design a house with ghosts that I have to go through to beat the game.
That's true. That's true, but still.
Yeah, for whatever
There's a
reason,
way to immerse the player.
they never like I still jump because I'm a big baby who doesn't like horror. But like I don't know, I think it's because like they don't make you drop any rings or anything. They just pop out and go bah.
Yeah, there's no consequence to it other than like you slow down a little.
Literally just to troll the player. Like,
It's
boo!
exactly what
Like,
it is.
But that's what makes it so mean-spirited.
frankly, I'd take the jumping ghosts over the stupid ladybug. I'm just saying.
The scarab beetle.
I know, but but that's the thing though. There's a little something to hate for everyone in this level.
Everyone gets to spare.
But we get more good jazz, and so I'm
we
okay with
do
that.
get some good jazz.
You can't beat that.
Every single one of Rouge's level themes is just a gem that needs to be appreciated.
It really is.
You like jazz?
Don't.
I'm sorry.
Please don't.
I'm like on something tonight. I don't know what it is.
It's been a long week for all of us.
It's been a long week.
It's been a long time since we recorded the other episode.
I'm like I want to say I'm racking my brain because I know this game left, right, and center, but since you did the recap playthrough, and I'm like, which one is this one again? All right. When did this cutscene happen?
guess,
oh, yeah.
We get a little cutscene afterwards where Rouge takes the teleporter to Eggman's base, and she does a cute little twirl. Also,
teleporter.
a Japanese man had to do the motion capture for that.
That's right. You said that.
She just like spins around and like, yeah.
The motion capture.
I don't know if it was actually a Japanese man that did the motion capture, but it's just funny to think about.
Could have been.
It very well could have been.
Until Sega makes a statement that disproves that, I will headcanon that.
They call you out specifically. All right, PurpleCheeseMan, listen. We gotta lay down the law here. This is not what happened.
The Sega ninjas.
My name is Takashi Iizuka. I've been watching your podcast for quite some time.
Like, Izuka-san himself has been listening.
It's like, whoa, you can call me out on anything. I'm honored.
I do not appreciate your comments about our motion capture. You have to die.
Die? It's a 20-something-year-old game. No, it's... how old is Sonic Adventure 2? Is it 30 years old?
It's
No.
like 20-something
No, it
years
can't
old.
be. 20.
Yeah, it's
I
20.
think
Because
it's
it was the 10th anniversary.
Oh,
Was when
what
it
year?
came
I
out.
almost like made myself think it was 30 years old, and I was like, oh.
I was alive when it came out.
No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Listen, I'm not good with numbers.
2001. I was barely alive when it came out, but I was alive.
Yup.
You were barely sentient.
I was like 6 years old or something. I don't know.
Oh, but next level.
Next level.
We get Lost Colony. I think this might be my favorite Eggman level.
It's a really good one.
Because, like... Okay, I actually really like the light mechanic. Because, like... Because Tails and Amy, they make the comment, like, how it was a space colony. And Amy says, like, now this is, like, an abandoned ark. This level is feels the most like an abandoned space colony.
It really does.
Mm-hmm.
It really does.
Like, the way all the lights are off and, like, nothing's turned on. You gotta go in and basically, like, turn on the lights. And like, navigate your way through this, like... And the music is so, like... It's not as, like, loud and in your face, as...
Yeah, it's really understated.
Yeah, and so
cool.
it, like, adds this, like, air of, like, mystery of, like, okay, what's going on here? This is I freaking love this level. I think it's so neat.
Nobody's paid the electricity bill in, like, decades.
Darn, forgot to pay the electric bill at the office.
It's like a computer somewhere on Earth. Just... outstanding balance is like several $1,000s. That's what I need the 10 million for, Shadow.
I have to pay off my grandfather's debt.
Sorry, that just painted an image of like Professor Gerald like turning, and it's like turns to like this like photorealistic crocodile. I was like, what do you think, Professor?
This abandoned ark is all he left me in his will.
Because it's Vector's grandfather.
He found the computer room. He did it.
Oh no.
Sorry, I am like way out of it. Somebody else talk about this level.
It's the giant crocodile from Sonic Heroes. Why does that thing exist?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we gotta steer back on track.
Yeah,
We're already an hour
I'm
in.
so
We gotta.
loopy right now.
Okay, technically Knuckles Chaotix, but still.
Yes. Yeah, I have to agree with you. Lost Colony delivers on just like the atmosphere, the cool lighting effects, the music. You get the jet booster, which, you know, makes the mech stages playable, as I said last part.
Yep.
Makes them enjoyable.
Also that sneaky like roundabout puzzle that you keep going in circles.
That's right. I'm back in the building!
I was trying so hard not to bring up the fan dub. How dare you?
It was bound to happen.
We never play by our own rules.
I was trying to behave and everything. Look what happened.
Well, consider this an invitation to start referencing it.
Oh no.
I was actually really surprised you didn't, but
I held back on at least 3 different occasions.
okay. Thank you for bringing some degree of professionality to my stupid podcast.
Do you know how much restraint I needed to have?
Everybody go subscribe to Sakura's Everything.
Ay, ay, ay.
So you guys want to talk about weapons?
No.
Brad?
I'm just
Well,
kidding.
right-
Yes.
All right, goodbye.
Oh,
Right
that's the end of the
before
podcast.
that, the team comes together. We get that cutscene where all like, you know, the
Oh,
villainous
that's right.
team finally becomes a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your walkie-talkies. Don't ask where they came from.
That robot's already having an existential crisis. I don't need any more.
You just hear like a, oh god, in the background.
Oh man. This is also home to Rouge's like drunk wink.
Oh, that's
She does
she
the
does the
like,
little like half wink
this-
where eyelid doesn't close all
well,
the way.
it's like the top lid comes down, but I guess like her bottom one doesn't, or it only goes like halfway.
Doesn't she do that in the
She,
opening animation too?
Yeah, but that one
I
actually
think so.
works.
Yeah, that one gets a pass, but this one here is just like, Rouge, you want to sit down?
It's my saucy face.
It's like, sorry, there was an open bar on the way into this mission. I had a couple of drinks.
Winks with both eyes.
5 minutes should be flying.
No, but Weapons Bed is so freaking cool because,
It
like,
is.
It is.
again, this game is just a big dumb action movie. Now it's a heist.
Anything involving Metal Harbor is just automatically cool.
Mm-hmm. It's the lock on chains. You can get crazy chains.
Those are really cool.
There are a lot of things to like do, but like I also love how like each member of the team has their own like special thing of like Eggman's like, okay, I'm gonna draw them away, you know, and like get everyone's attention. Rouge, you use this opportunity to sneak in, get the Chaos Emeralds. Shadow, you set the explosives, and it just like it feels like a big dumb action movie, and I love it.
Everyone's got their roles to play. Here we go.
This is really cool, like Ocean's 11 heist vibes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It's perfect.
It's so much fun. And then we get we get Amy
For some reason.
So like I mentioned in the hero story about like why I was like, okay, no, I think it's conceivable that you know, in the dark of night, like someone could easily mistake Shadow for Sonic. It is broad daylight. And Shadow sticks out like a sore thumb.
He dyed his hair today.
I love though in the Archie comics, Ian actually had a joke in there, like, I think because like they had to go find Shadow for something, and Sonic's like, oh, I'll take Amy. She has a habit of mistaking people for me, and she's like, one time, and it's like really black and red, and she's like, the sun was in my eyes.
It's so silly. Amy just immediately like fangirling over any like hedgehog shaped thing.
Shaped.
It's honestly
Metal Sonic. Oh,
I'm really sad. It was such a fun running gag, and I'm kind of sad that like it's never gonna happen again.
Probably not. No.
unless there's like another literal blue hedgehog around.
Because she did it with Shadow, she did it with Silver, and then she did it with Sonic while he was a werehog.
Yeah.
And that was the one time it was Sonic, and she's like, wait, you're not Sonic!
Oh, but you see how heartbroken he was? He's like, oh.
It was so sad.
I just look like a monster.
I know.
It's like, no, baby, you're fine.
This was one of my favorite running gags. It's just Amy's, like, accidental, oh, you're not who I'm looking for.
It's pretty goofy. We get a fight against Tails.
Yeah.
And it's like the same fight from the hero story, except like the difficulty curve feels weird here because this is like one of the earliest things you do in the hero story. Like, don't you fight Eggman before you even get to Prison Lane?
Yep.
Yes,
Or-
because Tails is on his way to get Sonic out.
Yeah. And then he finds Amy and all that. So that's like one of the first things you do in the hero story, and so it's like, okay, it's an easy boss fight, that makes sense. This is like, we're already kind of like midway through the campaign. And then you
Yeah.
Fight Tails.
and then you have your little pew pew wars with the Vulcan cannon.
Pew Pew Wars.
Yeah.
I always thought it was kind of strange.
All right, my first favorite thing about video games.
Mm-hmm.
With our next stage.
Yeah!
Oh, here we
5 minutes should be plenty!
5 minutes. Screw you, Rouge.
Oh, man.
No.
So this
limits.
level for me, because I will admit that level in particular was a wall that I had to overcome. I like to call this level Stockholm Syndrome the level, because as a child I despised this level.
Mhm.
But now it's like one of my favorite levels in the whole game.
It's a really good level. It's so cool. It's really cool. And like how you know it's cold in there because you can see her breath as you're playing as Rouge.
Mhm.
But the time limit is just my worst enemy. I can't.
There's also the money in the fans.
That's
And
fun.
if-
I like the
and
money
if
in the
you-
fans.
If you pause, you can actually see they have like Sonic on there.
They do.
Yup.
There's Sonic Bucks.
I'm trying to pull up a picture right now. Oh
I
man,
wonder
there's
if you can find that.
someone was posting. Oh my gosh, yeah, it really is
Yup.
Sonic. What?
Yup,
the
they're
heck?
Sonic Bucks.
Yeah,
It's so funny.
Ooh, I'm gonna.
I'm Sonic, the 12th president of the United States.
Get my good side. I'm gonna post a picture in the Discord. There it
Yeah.
is.
Okay, oh, that's very blurry.
Oh my god.
Look,
I
that's
love
better
it, though.
quality than what I was finding.
That's
Take
Yeah,
it or
no,
leave it.
they're tiny and they're blurry. They're not meant to be blown up to that size, but yes.
I think
it's true.
in the past I've tried to get a good look at the dollars, but then I don't know, I just didn't care enough. Like, whatever, it's just money. I didn't know it actually had Sonic's face. Oh, okay, they've got Sonic's face on their legal tender. Why are they trying to arrest him?
Well, I mean, war crimes.
Every time they spend money, it's like, a criminal. As they give them money. Well, okay. Jeez, I was gonna say something, but I'm like, I don't know if I should say this, actually. That's way
I mean, what politician isn't a criminal? Was that?
I mean...
It's time to get political.
No!
Sonic the Hedgehog for president. Uh-oh!
Oh no! Where'd he go?
Okay,
We
sorry.
lost the boy.
Why, did
I'm
it get too
back.
heavy for you?
No. No. My audio was being weird, and then I disconnected. Now I'm reconnected. And it's fine now.
All I was thinking was just like, every time I look at a $20 bill,
Alexander
Dear brother.
Hedgehog. Oh, sorry, what?
Could you explain to me what you mean when you said my audio was getting weird?
It was you guys to me. Like my
just
connection.
Discord being
The
futzy.
sound of us. Okay, I thought you were saying something happened to Audacity, and I was like, I swear, if you did this to me again.
No. We're good. Audacity's still going.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So this is going in the
This will
outtakes.
just be a funny blooper.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought so.
Well, I wanted to say, like, I love breaking into the vaults to get Chaos Emeralds. Like,
That was fun.
Yeah.
It's
Did
so
you,
much fun.
Now wait a minute. Aren't there times where you break into a vault and it's just got a human skull in there?
Yes, there are a couple of those.
What poor soul had to be locked in there? Instead of being taken to high security, they're just like, get in this vault.
Who's to say he was alive when he was put in there? Maybe that's like the skull of somebody. I don't
Some
know.
random dude who's important somehow.
Yuji
The
Naka or something.
cryogenically frozen
Oh
head
my
of
God.
Yuji Naka.
No. Cut that bit out.
No, that can't be the case because Yuji Naka is in Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, that's
Prison
right.
Lane.
They reference him.
I forgot
Tails
about
is
that.
coming.
Okay. I want to speak my piece about security, Hall.
Go for it.
Because here's the thing, like, we even had people talking about this 5 minutes should be plenty nonsense in the comments of the first part. Like, it's a really strict time limit for what they're asking you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times you'll pass by an emerald that's in a vault that you can't get until you go back to the middle and then unlock that section of the vault. And you can only unlock one of the security blocks at a time of the 3.
That's what
And
happened.
so you have to go up there, throw a switch, run back to it, unlock it, and then if you're playing, like, not modded with, like, the multi-radar detect thing, then, like, your next emerald, you finally get a radar reading behind a different vault, and it's like, oh, this sucks!
That's what happened to you on our recap playthrough.
Yeah.
You're like running out of time. You got a minute left. Eggman's in your ear, like you said you'd have it already. You're late. And it's like, it hasn't been 5 minutes. Shut up. But
Basically. But then, like,
Get going!
letting all of that go, it is an impeccably designed level. This is, I think, like, my favorite, like, music for a Rouge stage.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause just, like, rock organ. I love the rock organ so much. And also, like, when you play this level on, like, any other mission that is not a time limit one,
like I would.
you can actually, like, breathe and, like, experience the level design and be like, oh, this is so cool.
Yes. That was me. Just anything but mission 1.
Yeah.
Oh man. And you know what? It is a good thing we did that in 5 minutes because
Yeah, people always misunderstand the 5 minutes should be plenty thing, probably just because of the way the dialogue is phrased. It sounds like, why wouldn't you take the full 15? And it's like, no, she gotta give herself time to get out.
Yeah, really. Like, 15 minutes. you're at minute 14, just like panicking.
Minute 14, finally got the emeralds.
Rouge, get
Now
out
I gotta
there.
get out.
But apparently, the extra 10 minutes didn't even matter.
Flying dog.
This is
Yeah.
Flying Dog.
Get your flying dog.
Welcome to
Guys,
Walmart.
raspy deep. Welcome to Walmart.
Oh, man.
He donates to charity.
Okay, I gotta say, fighting an airborne opponent with, like, the treasure hunting controls is super cool.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't even mind for a second that this is the third time they've used this boss. Like, being able to climb on walls and glide and try and, like, dive bomb the ship as it's cruising around. Like, it's awesome.
It is cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Actually, are there any other stages where... no, okay. I wasn't sure if there was another quote-unquote treasure hunting character that fought a boss. But then I was like, oh wait, King Boom Boo with Knuckles.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, from there, Rouge gets on the talkie-walkie and is like, hey, so the thing that I'm really good at that you hired me to do, yeah, got a problem.
I don't know if my ears were just... If I was just distracted. Did you just say talkie-walkie?
I did. Sorry. my brain is gone tonight.
I was a little bit too much to drink. Could you
call
call me out of your
I've
talkie-walkie?
gotta use my talkie-walkie.
But yeah.
Rouge has been awfully quiet. Let me check my talkie-walkie.
Walkie-talkie.
Oh, thank you for the walkie-talkie, Doctor. They're not walkie-talkies, that's trademarked!
No, this is Eggman branded trademark talkie-walkie. Get it
Patent
right.
pending.
Sakura?
Yes.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, thank you for the walkie-talkie, Docky.
They're the Docky-talkies.
The Docky-talkie.
I need to talk to the Docky with my talkie-walkie. Docky? That's stupid.
It's so stupid.
So anyway, the island's gonna explode and Rouge is stuck. And Shadow just shoot troublemaker.
He was straight up gonna leave her, but then
But
Then
then
he had guilt
my
or whatever.
angsty past comes back up.
yeah. You inopportune moments.
Okay, I've sincere question about Rouge's predicament here. She's a government spy.
Do you think she did that on purpose?
I mean, like, okay. Could she not have just, like, gotten clearance?
But she was holding Chaos Emeralds. She didn't have time to put them in that hammer space.
How
They'll
deep
be like,
undercover
what are you doing
was
with
she?
Those emeralds?
Sonic can fit all 7 of them up there. Like, what?
Up where?
Her,
The hammer space.
I was gonna
Please
say,
understand.
maybe Rouge's outfit does not have pockets.
She's got just girl pockets. You fit like 2 fingers into the pockets and that's it. Shadow and Sonic unfairly you could fit like the entire space colony arc in there.
You see, this is the problem with fashion. People need to understand.
Well, Amy can fit her whole hammer. In fact, multiple hammers. Not in the murder
Amy's
mystery
special.
game, though.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah.
Go play it now. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's yes. I'll absolutely support that. But yeah, we get White Jungle.
Yes.
I kind of
It's
like.
a cool level.
I like Green Forest a little more.
Yeah, I think I'm slightly more partial to Green Forest, but I do like White Jungle. Like, the music the Shadow music is always really good.
Here's my feeling on the two. Green Forest has, like, the cooler vibe, the fact that you, like, start with the shadow fight and then you find out the island's gonna explode and it's really tense. Like, that's super cool. I love the theming behind it. Because you do the level before the Sonic boss fight, you get the generous time limit in
Yes.
White Jungle.
I think that may be
Which
partially
is
why
appreciated.
I'm a little bit more like, I like this one. But I don't know. I like Green Forest. Man, I just like them both.
Green Forest is more green, whereas White Jungle is white. Just color.
Very astute
Uh-huh.
observation.
But I will say the one thing that White Jungle has that's really fun is the zip lines.
Those are fun.
Oh yeah,
They're
they like throw
really
you super
fun.
fast. Woo!
Like I love zipping around.
There's also little monkey sounds in the music.
And they remixed this one for the Sonic Forces for the episode Shadow.
They did.
And it's so good.
Like, of all the stages they could have picked, all right.
They were just looking for edgy Shadow music to reuse.
Shadow, don't make me upset.
Time for all Night
I
to
don't know.
eat those words.
I don't really have any notes. Faker. I think you're the fake fan around here.
Yeah. So, this is an interesting thing that I've been thinking about. Like, because, from Sonic's perspective, this dude starts committing all these atrocities and looks like Sonic. And so, like, Sonic's like, you're an imposter. Like, quit, you're a fake. Like, quit being the fake Sonic. Look at this from Shadow's perspective of he just woke up. His memories are possibly altered because everything's like hazy and weird. And then this blue nobody just starts calling you a fake. Like, it's so like I'm sorry. Who are you calling me the fake?
Excuse me?
Like, do you not know who I am?
The ultimate life form.
How?
You are just a guy.
How dare you?
It's so like
No, it's like the from the Street Fighter movie, the M. Bison thing. He's like for you, it was the day the ultimate life form tarnished your reputation. For me, it was Tuesday.
His hair, fake. His soaps, fake. Me, I'm the ultimate life form.
I'm the coolest.
Yeah.
We don't get any hokey lines from Sonic during this fight, which is unfortunate, but
no, we're just gonna make you eat those words, and there's only one real Sonic. Oh man.
It is really funny from Shadow's perspective. Oh no.
Here it is.
Shadow has to go save Rouge so she can participate in a little zoomy vroomy.
More zoomy broomy.
We are skipping over like the big like cutscene dump after the fact because we get more of Shadow's memories.
Oh, that's right. That is
we get the destruction of the moon from the Dark Story. And then we find out who has the last emerald. This game's a sequel.
Hey,
continuity.
It is a thing.
It's big.
I actually really like that. How like they acknowledge Tails' like heroic saving of Station Square, like from Sonic Adventure.
And considering how like the Chaos Emeralds are not a collectible item in this game, they're just, a narrative device. This is a pretty good way of doing it, because like they have to collect all the emeralds, and so it's like, oh, where's this one? Tails has it because of thing that happened in previous game.
Reasons.
Which it also is great because Tails has it, he's able to make the fake emerald.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was able to study it and be like, okay, like, so if this is how it works, I can make my own, which is really cool.
Mm-hmm. I forget where I heard this, but there's also some implications of like the chaos drives that you're collecting are bits of like attempted science from Gerald at recreating the Chaos Emeralds, which is kind of
Oh, interesting. Yeah, they
supposed to be the implications for like how Tails would know how to make a replica emerald.
I never thought about that. Huh.
But like none of this is stated like in game during a cutscene, so like I don't know. Maybe they were planning on taking the plot in that direction. It just never actually like made it into the script.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the hidden lore. It's cool.
I think it is kind of neat to look back and make all these connections. Like how in the first part we were talking about chaos being the inspiration of sorts for Robotnik's first that bio lizard. And then that didn't work. So how about this vaguely hedgehog shaped figure next to it?
Mm-hmm. Right.
All these little connections that are never explicitly stated, but it's kind of neat to go back and put the pieces together. I think that's just really cool.
It's not lazy writing, they're just letting the fans finish writing the story.
Yeah. Jeez, no.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah. But going forward, so now I've got to hunt down Tails. Once again, I love watching you play these, Joseph.
That was insane.
The little wiggle waggle.
It makes me want to go get the game again just to try it for myself. I'll go on Steam.
Oh man.
Well, it's like I'm learning more and more about it. Even like after we did our playthrough, it's like apparently like you build the most speed when you're on like downward ramps while drifting.
Reach terminal velocity.
When you're heading down a ramp, that's when you start doing the little wiggle waggle shimmy jimmy movements. And then you just reach terminal velocity.
So this is the power of speedrunning.
Basically.
Pretty much. These, I don't know, we already talked about it in the other part, but like these are technically lazily put together levels, but just the goofy physics make me so happy.
Be quiet. Just wait a minute.
That's...
She had about enough of him from Security Hall.
Yeah, she's like, hey man,
shut up!
I'm not taking any of your crap now. Like, let me find him.
Let me work!
Rouge, have you found Tails yet? And we're just gonna mute you. Okay, that's nice.
Switches to like,
you interrupted my podcast.
Radio. Yeah, exactly. She's busy listening to the Cheeseman podcast.
I'm flattered. She's probably listening to smooth jazz, but
no, just
is this what the kids are into these days?
But yeah, and then from there, we get my favorite shadow level.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Skyrail.
Skyrail is so cool. I think it, cause like, one, it really highlights this game's grinding mechanic. But also, I love that it's Pumpkin Hill, but like, instead of being at night, it's in the middle of the day. And just, it's so cool. I don't know.
Can I make a confession?
Yeah.
This is not my favorite Shadow stage. I don't like it as much.
Really?
You're just like, we can't be friends anymore.
Nah, you're fine.
What is it about it that you don't like?
That's the thing. I don't know. I think part of it has to do with like you're using homing attack on that one spinning device, whatever, to get higher, and you have to land.
The spring.
Yeah, you have to land on these like itty bitty little platforms and then jump to the next one. I don't know. It's a lot of like tougher platforming that I didn't particularly care for. I don't know. I just, for some reason, this level just didn't do it for me. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
You're saying you don't like it when the game gets too hard. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe it is. What about it, huh?
No, that's totally valid. Here's the thing. So I love Skyrail, especially the music. I I think it's a great level, but my most recent memories of it are trying to do the hard mode version of it, and that is pure hell. I had a miserable experience trying to do hard mode.
Was that with us or on your own time?
No, that was on my own time. That was when I was doing the thing where I was replacing the music.
Oh.
And then, like, showing you guys, like, little video clips of me playing.
Oh, you poor thing.
You know, after, like, the 79th attempt, I finally got it, and I'm like, hey, check out this video of me playing Skyrail.
First try.
First try. I'm so cool.
I'll never know.
Oh, man. I also love that. I think this is the level. The name of the music, the track is called Mr. Unsmiley.
That's right.
Yes.
It is.
Which is
I forgot
Mr.
about that.
Unsmiley.
It's so funny because it's a shadow level.
Yeah. Aptly named. Aptly named.
I've had enough of this. You know what? Unsmiles.
Unsmiles your shadow.
Oh man.
Delightful.
But yeah, I like this level. It did make an appearance in Frontiers.
It did.
It
Which
did,
was
yeah.
fun. I don't know. I liked it. There's a lot of very like daring shortcuts you can make, but like
Yeah.
they're over bottomless pits, so it's like, how bad do you want to save time? How much do you want to risk it?
Is this worth it?
Am I really gonna dig my own grave for money? Of course I am.
It's the other interesting bit of trivia about this one is just the fact that this was designed as a level with Sonic in mind.
Yep.
Because
Oh, right.
as we watched that little video earlier of the E3 2000 trailer.
Yeah, he was on this stage, wasn't he?
This was one of the first levels in the game that was designed, and only Sonic was a playable speed type character at the time, so this level was meant for Sonic, which also I'm theorizing is why the music is a little more upbeat than like the usual
like versus
music we
versus
have for
White
Shadow.
Jungle and Radical Highway.
Interesting.
All right, that
Because
does
those
make sense.
yeah, those other Shadow levels have like very dark atmosphere and the kind of dark techno music. But this one's just like fun Jun Sonoe guitars. It's very upbeat, and so I'm like, I wonder.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
It does make sense. I never thought of it that way.
But that's just a theory. A Sonic theory!
Oh, wrong game.
Please dislike this podcast.
Open your
We'll
learn.
see you next time. Open your learn. Oh, that got me.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
Live in heart. Open your learn. Sonic.
Live in your heart.
It doesn't throw it all away.
Oh man. Well, hey, we get the better version of this next cutscene before the boss.
The egg golem.
This cutscene is better, but Sonic's boss fight is better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cause like we actually get to see Sonic take out the boss, and we also get Eggman's big no. What a piece of junk! No!
The big no, the hand reaching towards the camera.
No!
Slow motion. No.
But I do like. So this is what I'm thinking, right? Because last time I made the theory about how like Eggman put the control device on the golem. I was like, you work for me now. So here's the thing, though. Eggman had the hindsight of also, like, in the event that Sonic ruins everything, let's just put explosives inside of it, just to be safe.
So he's pulling a Dr.
Right.
Gero with 17 and 18.
If it don't work out, we're just gonna blow the whole thing up.
Except it worked in his favor.
Did it, though?
No.
Well, I mean, Sonic and everyone got away, but he didn't die.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right. So we got 20 minutes then.
5 minutes should be plenty.
Quick speedrun. What do you like about the stage?
It's Mad Space is cool. Anyways,
It's
let's
really
talk
pretty.
about Knuckles. It's also cool. Cosmic Wall. I think it's pretty cool. Okay, Tails.
Choose my character to play next.
Well, we're certainly not going to get through it if we do that.
Yeah. So do you want to jump to Mad Space then? Well, I'll try and keep us moving.
Yeah.
Okay, Mad Space. I actually really like the lying monitors. I think that was such a fun mechanic.
We're so messed up.
You have to listen to Omo Chow to know that the monitors are lying, otherwise it is not fun.
The Mad Space level. I mean, I love Meteor Herd as much as I love that stage.
Yes.
They're frustrating. They're frustrating because it's so massive. You're like, where are the emeralds?
See,
Yeah, that's true.
I think I like Meteor Herd a little more because while the level is
Yeah.
massive, it's very easy to traverse. You just go up or down. Mad Space has a lot of like gravity things that
You have to take the right rocket to take you to the Mario Galaxy planetoid, and then you're like, oh, it's not on the bean one, it's higher up. And then you have to like fly around with the awkward gravity over to the spring to launch you to the planet with the rocket to take you up, and it's like,
Find out it's at the storage boxes. Dang it!
and then you're like, how do I get out of here?
I forgot to push the switch that activates the rocket. I gotta go to the other side of the planetoid to
Help!
Yeah, it's this level is a little trickier to navigate. Like I've done it enough times that I know how to do it, but like first time in, I was like, where do I go?
Mm-hmm. It's not terrible. It's got catchy music for what that's worth.
Yes. It's if I were to give this genre a name, it'd be space jazz.
Space jazz. But yeah, I agree. It's a bit of a step down from Meteor Herd because of all the convoluted hopping from planetoid to planetoid.
Yeah. However, counter argument, you don't get bombarded by meteors like you do in Knuckles.
Yeah.
That literally target you? Oh.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Pros and cons.
Take the good with the bad.
Yep.
There's not a time limit on it, so...
Fair.
We've been getting a lot of those in the Dark story.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep. And then there we get basically the Knuckles fight.
We get to fight Nucleus.
It is retreading old ground, basically. But it's... I will say, Knuckles' Thunder Arrow is not nearly as terrifying as Rouge's Black Wave.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know, maybe it's because it just has a smaller hitbox, but like the Thunder Arrow just, I feel like it's so easy to dodge.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're a true speedrunner, you won't even see them use the attack.
I mean,
You'll already
yeah.
beat the boss.
You could definitely corner them and then just like drill dive into them repeatedly.
Chuckles the echidna, no problem.
The thing I guess that is relevant to the Dark story about this though is the cutscene afterwards. I feel like it plays a bit better with Rouge's theme.
Yeah.
In the background instead of like Knuckles and they're like trying to have a romantic moment.
Like they're speaking like
Yeah, I feel like their introduction cutscene was better with Knuckles music, but then this cutscene was better with Rouge's music, so
yeah.
Yeah.
It works out.
She looks back and sees Big the Cat.
Get a room!
Get a room, guys. Did we make that joke last time?
I was literally, as soon as I said it, I'm like, wait.
Yeah, we did. And it's funny because I I put this in my notes here, but I actually said it in the first part, but just Big the Cat. Just kiss already! It's what we're all thinking.
It's making me
Really?
sick! You're scaring all the fish!
You're scaring all the fans!
Oh, man.
Oh, man. So we get Cosmic Wall.
Oh, this is my other favorite Eggman level.
This one was alright.
Eggman actually takes his goggles and puts them down.
Yeah.
Over his,
We also
over
see
his
how he
glasses.
figured it out. We see how he figured out that there are 2 Chaos Emeralds.
It's so funny because he still does like the 5D chess thing with Tails later.
Yeah,
Just to
I mean, he
confirm
doesn't,
it.
he
Just to
doesn't
like
know,
make himself feel better.
He doesn't know which is which, but like, you know, you can see the gears turning of like, okay, this is how we're playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, don't you know about the legendary 8th Chaos Emerald?
Have you not read the fable?
It exists in legend.
So one of the things too about this, it's this thing of like, when I hear the soundtrack, I associate certain like sound clips with the soundtrack. And for me, this level, it's Eggman's, when you get like the higher tiered point values, it's his like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, his
Now
little
you-
chuckle.
Now you see my real power.
Yep.
I just like associate those with the music here.
Mm-hmm. Bro, this stage is awesome.
Yep.
Like the music slaps, you get the gravity shenanigans, so you can just
Yes.
fly anywhere.
That's
There's so much stuff to shoot.
my favorite part of this stage. Yeah, you can fly anywhere. I mean, with limitations, but still.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like what if they designed more of the mech stages like this?
Mm-hmm.
Like instead of Eternal Engine being terrible for Tails, like you could
Eternal
fly.
Engine, but you can use this gravity mechanic. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then not to mention, like, there's those segments where, like, you get in the rail shooter bits.
Oh yeah, where the little thing grabs onto you and then you just go along the rails and just shoot everything.
It's so much fun. I love it.
There's like a janky drill at the end, and it's like, what?
But yeah, from there... I love how Amy just stumbles into Eggman.
Like, uh-oh.
Amy was left unattended.
And here's what
And boom,
happened.
there's Eggman. Every time. Also, the little recap thing with Eggman. I finally did it! I've defeated Sonic!
The way his, like, voice, like, shoots up an octave is so good.
He's
I
so
did
happy.
it!
10 years of this and I finally got him!
Oh,
Little did he know he had 20 more on the horizon.
yup.
yeah,
He almost did it, but
It was so close.
better luck next time, Fox Boy.
Better luck next time, me. Yeah, the Tails 2 fight, kind of same deal as we said the previous time, but it's a really hard fight.
Yeah,
They just crank up the difficulty for no good reason.
Yeah, this one was, like, oddly tough, right?
yeah. It's because Tails has so much health.
Well, he's just so angry.
Well, and then not only that, but like every few seconds, fire rocket launchers, fire power laser.
He's just
Like-
throwing everything he has. Unhinged.
Random BS, go!
That's exactly it.
It's we also did talk about this in part 2, but I love the line reads. Like Tails' voice actor here just like really gave it his all.
Mm-hmm.
He really
And
did.
it's so good. It's some of the best like Tails voice acting we've had in the entire series, and it.
Yep. Maria. Explosion.
I love that.
It's so funny. But legitimately, like, I do love how Eggman, he's like, all right, got the emerald. Hey, there's somebody trying to get to the cannon. Go stop them. And just, like, Shadow's like, all right, so he wasn't special, so I am still better. I am still the coolest.
Please understand, I am the coolest.
Yep. And we get Final Chase.
And this level is not the coolest.
The spinning drums.
This level is sincerely challenging.
Yep.
It's so cool, but challenging.
It is very cool. The music is so creepy too, and I love that.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. I think of that bit where you're like going down that big spiraling drum. And just
Yes.
how stressful that is.
There's all of like the exploding meteors along the way, and just
Yep. Yeah, no, this...
Also, this level on hard mode can go die. This was such a pain.
Yup.
I actually do get the war flashbacks from this one.
That bad, huh?
It's awful. It is actually awful.
Oh man. But yeah, like, not as much to say about it. Just it's definitely a final gauntlet.
Yeah. Basically just use everything you've learned.
Use everything you've learned, except now there's these spinning drums.
With a twist.
With a
What a queen.
Good night, everybody.
Oh.
But yeah, and then we get our rematch with Sonic.
I think it's really cool to get to fight Sonic as like a final boss.
Yep.
This one was fun. This one was a lot of fun. I liked this one a lot.
Yeah. It does crack me up that Sonic's voice line cuts out because he can't fit it.
I'll use you. Chaos control!
Yeah, because I believe the full voice line is like, I'll use your technique! But, like, he can't get the line out, so he just, I'll use your chaos control! It
Cuts himself
cracks
off.
me up.
It feels like Sonic is like, I finally figured out chaos control, and he's just like going on a joyride, like abusing his powers that he's discovered. Look what I can do, Shadow. You're no longer the coolest. But I'm the coolest.
It's all I have left.
But, of course, in this version, you do actually beat Sonic. I told you, I'm the best.
I told you, I'm the coolest.
Oh, man.
How there's your Tradin Faves drinking game. Every time we say I'm the coolest, take a shot.
I'm the coolest, I'm the coolest, I'm the coolest, I'm the coolest, I'm the
Stop it, you're gonna
No, you'll kill them! My viewers! They're dying!
The view count just goes down. No!
Now begins the glorious empire of David. I do really like how he just chucks the emerald in and his theme starts kicking in.
Yeah. And then we get the little, like, warning screen.
Yeah, it's like, you don't want to have done that.
You did a bad thing.
Oh, man. Oh, there's the dark story.
Whew! We managed to get through the dark story.
Somehow.
And then you get the little, like, Advil commercial for last story.
Chaos Collision.
Shadow, the ultimate life form.
The truth
Maria.
about 50 years ago.
There's one of Amy just being like, prayer. I swear it's just gonna be like, ask your doctor if Sonic Adventure 2 is right for you.
Sonic Adventure 2. Last episode. Wishes
Are eternal.
Shadow!
Does that...
Oh, man.
It's such a weird little... It's such like a year 2000s
It
thing.
really is, but it's so fun.
Come on!
Are you ready?
Shadow, the ultimate life form, the end of mankind. Chaos, control, vengeance, space colony, desperation, prayer, supersonic, wish, arc, collision, tears, untamed power of the Chaos Emeralds, Maria, intensity, Professor Gerald, crisis of epic proportions, apocalypse, the truth about 50 years ago, the end of everything. Sonic Adventure 2, last episode. Wishes are eternal.
Okay.
Wow.
I just want to see them smash one, like, Tails okay in there with all the text.
Okay.
In the middle of all of it.
I love that stupid nonsense. Just like...
Mm-hmm.
I love that they do the previews for the stories. It's so silly. And of course that one, just everyone just talking over each other.
Would you say it was chaos?
No, I'd say it was perfect chaos.
It was controlled chaos. Take a big sip on my drink after that.
You must be so proud.
I am.
So we got the last story to talk about. And quite enjoyably, it opens with everybody's favorite thing in a Sonic game. Big long cutscene with a huge exposition dump.
Yup. Gerald Robotnik's diary info dump.
Dear Diary, today I asked Black Doom if he would like to go for a walk in the park. He replied,
But, Doctor, there is no park to walk in.
he's so mean to me.
We're in space. The world is your park.
You can literally go anywhere you want. I have to be here where there is actual oxygen.
Can I just say, I love that your Professor Gerald voice sounds more like Vector than Professor Gerald.
Find the computer room.
Dear Diary, today we found the computer room.
Oh man. On a little more, for as silly as I've been on like talking about this game, this part of the game gets me so freaking emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Gerald Robotnik has one of the saddest stories. Because, like, we learn his story backwards through the games. Like, we this game is obviously where we learn about his tragic, the tragic end. And then, like, later games like Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Battle, like, show that, like, oh no, he actually was a genuinely, like, caring and wonderful person who slowly went insane.
Yeah. I mean, after seeing Maria's name on the list of victims, he just kind of went off the deep end.
Didn't even get to say goodbye or anything. Just like, oh, she's listed as a victim, and it's branded as an accident, even though we know that it wasn't.
I think it was kind of like when he was taken to the prison, he didn't know that she had died, but he was allowed to continue his research. So he was just working like, oh, as long as Maria's safe, and then he found out later, oh my god, she died. And then he went nuts, and then changed Shadow's psyche.
Yeah, well, and again, like, we know that because Sonic's cell was the same cell that Jero was in, and all of, like, the writing and the equations of, like, this man who probably, if you think about it, those equations are probably, alright, at what angle does the space colony need to be to hit the Earth precisely to shatter it to pieces so that I can get my vengeance?
Dude was writing on the ceiling. He was so, like, out of his mind.
I'm all out of room. Let me get that chair over here.
Not a whole lot of room to write.
Yeah, I'm like, that ceiling is pretty high up. How did he...
Well, you forget, Sonic's only, like, 3 feet tall. And yeah, the Eggman
that's fair.
genes.
Yeah. Eggman proportions. He was probably, like, 8 foot something.
His long legs.
Dem legs.
Legs. What's on the menu? Legs. What's on the menu?
Oh man.
But yeah, we get... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, as much fun as it is talking about the Robotnik family's legs.
Maria. Well, she was only like 11. She didn't even get to grow to her full height.
Her potential.
Her potential.
Her insane tree-length legs and a massive pot belly.
No.
How old was Maria? Did we ever know, like, how old Maria was?
She was, I think, like, canonically was like 11 or 12 years old.
Yeah, she was a child.
She was a baby. And yet, her depictions, like, in Shadow the Hedgehog and such, are of, like, a young woman.
I
It's
know.
like, no, she
Yeah.
was like a literal child.
For years, I thought she was, like, 16 or 17. Like...
Me too. Me too. But alas.
The
And then...
the Barbie doll proportions on her face in SA2 kind of dope.
Well, like, all of, like, the texture on her hair and everything.
Just a block of hair.
It's so goofy how it's so, like, polygonal, but then the textures of the hair are so detailed. It's like, what am I looking at?
My hair doesn't hold its shape in space.
You have no idea how much hairspray I need.
It's the Robotnik genes. It's all in the mustache.
Oh, man.
Are we actually going to talk about what's in the last story?
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, technically we are.
Technically.
But...
Yeah, well, I mean, because, so we learn, like, what happened and what drove Gerald Robotnik. I love how Shadow played Eggman. Like,
Yeah.
like, set up this whole thing so that he could then fulfill Gerald Robotnik's wishes. We have some of, like, my favorite lines of dialogue, like, because we have Robotnik, like, sees that Sonic is alive, like, you're pretty persistent for a hedgehog. Sonic's like, just letting Knuckles pilot the spaceship was more dangerous than you could ever be.
Sassy little
Some
brat.
good humor.
Yeah, or, like, because he's, like, Eggman's explaining what's happening with the colony and what's going to happen to the Earth, and he just, that mad scientist.
I'm so proud.
That's my grandpa.
No wonder he was so cool.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
I will also say that during a lot of these cutscenes in the last story, the orchestral score for these cutscenes just goes nuts.
Ooh, it's really good.
Oh, yeah.
When we're getting the big info dump from Gerald's diary, that music is so creepy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And it's, again, like, you could dog on the voice acting all you want, but the line read of he's like when he's like, I lost everything. I went insane! And like that, like you can hear that insanity in there.
Oh,
and I love
orchestral swell, like oof.
Yeah. And I love how like you hear him like slowly losing his mind, and then it cuts to a different part of the entry, and he sounds just calm. Like, I've done it. I will get my revenge even if I die. Like, and it's so unsettling.
Unnerving, like, oh, in the last one he was chaotic, but now it's like, he's just settled in, like my plan is gonna work. I already have an idea, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop me.
And so from there, the team comes together for one final push to save the world.
Cannon's core, baby!
Cannon's core! Everyone teams up! And this level has, well, I guess before we get there, because, like, there's the Knuckles gauntlet that, if, like us as children, you didn't know that the air necklace was a thing, it is virtually impossible to do.
You have to actually, like old school Sonic, you have to find where the air bubbles are
In the last stage.
to give yourself enough air to get through.
It's like Knuckles is like, hold on guys, hold on, I have to go back to oh gosh, where did he get it from? Aquatic Mines, was it?
Yeah.
I have to go back to the Aquatic Mine. Shoot. I forgot something. Shoot.
Give me the rocket. I'm going back.
But Knuckles, give it to me.
We're all gonna die if I don't have this necklace.
The Master Emerald pieces go flying out again.
No. But yeah, once you do have the air necklace, it's a really cool stage.
Oh yeah. I love how you do the section of Rouge, like as Rouge, and then it jumps you to playing as Knuckles, and you can go back down to where like the switch was that Rouge spent her whole level hitting, and there's a 1-up there.
Yeah.
I thought that was so cool. Oh, and this stage also has the one use for the magic hands.
Yeah, the magic hand.
Is that one artificial chaos out there that you need to destroy to open the door? Just like floating over nothing. And so you're just like, come here, baby, come to my magic hands.
And it's funny because, like, you don't even have to use the magic hands to do it. You could just homing attack it and then homing attack back. But it's like the one segment of the game where they're like, yeah, the magic hands could be useful for this.
I think I did the homing attack when I was on that stage.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't remember a specific situation where I ever used the magic hands aside from that.
Yep. Because it's one of those abilities that it's like, you have to slow down, shuffle over to the the option, and then it destroys one enemy.
Like, by the time you get to that option, they've already shot their blasts at you, and you have to like, run away real fast.
Oh, shoot! Yeah, not to mention that it's an artificial chaos, one of the worst enemies.
It's got its long arms just shooting out at you.
Grabby hands.
And you're like, no, wait, I need to activate my gloves.
Wait, hold on, let me activate the Bluetooth on my gloves.
It's not connecting. Ah!
I love at the start of the Sonic section how there's that area. There's like a chain of artificial chaos that you have to homing attack across. And there's like the little like time stopper switch that like you touch it and everything freezes. And it's timed out just right so that right as you reach the timer, the artificial chaos like reaches out its hands and just barely can't grab you. And so it always looks like it's coming in for the big hug of death, just like, and then its hands just stop, and you're like, oh.
It's like one of those tropes where its little hand comes like inches before your face, and you're just like, oh.
And breathe. Oh man, I also like how you start out like in the levels, and everything looks like like the space colony, but then as like we go deeper and deeper towards that like antechamber or whatever, like it starts to look like I think even the level like references the Lost World from Sonic Adventure.
It looks a lot like the Echidna shrines and stuff, right down to there being like a Master Emerald shrine at the end of it.
Half expecting to see Tikal just at the end of the hallway.
Just hello,
the mural
I'm
of
back.
chaos.
Why are there so many fake versions of my friend around here?
And why are they shooting lasers?
To call Faker, I think these are the fake chaos around here.
Oh, boy.
Looks to Sonic.
I
thought you were gonna quell his anger, not make it worse.
It's okay, they're robots.
This
They're
is
not...
the real chaos. I don't care about these.
It's that one Rick and Morty bit where it's like oh, they're robots. They're like, this is just like a video game. And he shoots one. Ah! Tell my wife and kids I love them.
I also do quite enjoy the fact that there's 3 separate music tracks for each like play style as you go through the levels.
It's a cool level. It really is just kind of like the culmination of like everyone's skills coming together.
Use everything you've learned by playing the game here.
Minus one character.
Yep.
We only get
I guess completely before we move on from Canon Score, thing that I can say, now that I have officially 100% completed Sonic Adventure 2. I finally did it. The extra missions on Canon Score are also a lot of fun. Namely, the one that comes to mind is the Lost Chow one, because there's multiple of like the Mystic Melody ruins like in each of the character sections, and you have to like activate them to trigger something in the next character's level that lets them get to their next thing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
And it like leads up to like in at the end of Sonic's level, it creates like a light dash trail that leads you up to an alternate route.
Interesting.
It's super cool because you have to find the first one like in Eggman's level, which opens up a path to find one in Rouge's level, which opens up a path to find one in Knuckles' level, and then that creates the light dash trail for Sonic in his level.
I forgot it did that. Yeah.
So that was pretty neat.
That is
hard mode.
Yeah. I was going to say, that is one of my favorite things about this game, though, is that, like, the main story isn't too terribly long if you know what you're doing. Like it's just long enough between, like, the 2 campaigns and the final story. But then there's, like, all this extra content that you're like, oh, if you want to do this, like, there's plenty to do. You definitely get your money's worth with this game.
But now.
Yeah, but as I was saying, there is one character absent amongst the playable characters.
Shadow.
Broody McBruderson. I mean, Shadow.
Yeah.
If it isn't Broody the Hedgehog.
He's got a reason to be emotional.
No.
That's true.
I do like that it was Amy that talked some sense into him.
Yes. Especially because this whole trip, Amy's kind of just been left to the sidelines and, like, was a damsel in distress. Like, contributed almost nothing, but then this moment right here, I would argue, single-handedly, is the reason that they were able to save the day.
Yeah. What would they have done without Shadow? I mean...
They would have had to have fought Chaos before getting to the shrine and, like...
You mean the Bio Lizard?
Or, yeah, sorry, the Bio Lizard, not Chaos. Gosh, I'm tired today.
Yay!
It's okay,
but...
it's Chaos's, like, baby brother.
I love, like, Amy's speech to Shadow, too. Because, like, I appreciate the fact that she acknowledges that, like, you know, people aren't perfect. You know, they fight and they argue, and they're selfish. And she's like, but, like, at their core, they're good. Like, every person has good in them. And then, of course, like, the fact that her specific wording is what triggers Shadow's, like, memories to start coming back. And I'm just like, oh, this is cool.
It really was.
And gosh dang it, Chris freaking Thorndike robbed her of this scene in Sonic X. And I'm so mad. And all eyes are on the Sonic 3 movie.
Because make it right. Come on, Paramount.
Like, if they give that scene to somebody else, I'm going to be so upset.
It has to be Amy.
It absolutely has to be Amy.
Well, and this is the thing, too, about Amy. This was a core part of her character in this era that so many people overlooked. Like, is that she has love and compassion even for, like, her enemies, because she can see the good in them. the whole reason that Gamma's whole story went the route that it did was because of Amy, and now she does it again in this one.
Mm-hmm. This was something we talked about with Sonic Adventure, but Amy's persuasive skills are something that is so distinct to her as a character that, like, none of the cast ever does. They have all these, like, physical attributes that make them really strong, and even Amy herself is really strong. But she's always had those moments in the Sonic Adventure era of being able to persuade enemies to change sides. And it's... Well, first of all, it's something that Sonic stories need more of.
Yes.
Yes.
Because in general, Amy is just kind of too underutilized. But, like, it's like you said, it was such an important, like, hinge for the plot. And it was such a big moment for Amy, who did not get to do as much cool stuff in this game. So it was like, at least there was this for her. But yes, also to talk about Shadow in this moment, too. This is just a great moment for Shadow.
Yup.
Like, finally, like, piecing things together, like, oh, that's what Maria was actually talking about. And then just immediately stepping up and being like, okay, this is my mess. I'm responsible for this. Let's go take down the Bio Lizard.
Mm-hmm. I can see people, like, seeing the tear and being like, oh my gosh, like, this dork. But also, like, this was kind of a big deal for him because it's strongly implied that Gerald tampered with his memories. And so this whole time, he thought he was fulfilling his old best friend's dying wish, only to find out he has been doing the exact opposite of that, and is like, okay, I gotta go make things right. Which is,
Man.
This Shadow, this is a thing too, for me. Like, I like Shadow enough, but, like, this, and I would argue also Sonic Heroes, was, like, the best that Shadow had ever been. And I'd argue, because I believe I've heard you tell me this, Joseph, actually, is that one of the reasons Shadow is so cool is his air of mystery.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, not even he knows what he's about.
It is true.
Cue the preface of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Who am I?
Yeah. There's Shadow the Hedgehog that's like, to keep the mystery exciting, we're just not going to come up with a concrete answer for this story. Let's just make it go all over the place.
You decide.
Yeah, he's a robot that Eggman made. That sounds good. Yeah, if you're still 11 minutes into the final boss, they tell you he's not a robot that Eggman made. Players will enjoy that.
Yeah. Can I also, unless we still want to stay on this scene, jumping forward to the next little bit.
No, I think we're good.
The Bio Lizard fight. Which again, so we got to play as every one of the 6 playable characters for a part of this mission. Shadow just gets an entire boss fight to himself.
I hated this boss.
I have some interesting feelings about it, but the music that plays supporting me is one of my favorite Sonic songs ever. Because, like, obviously Shadow's theme in this game is Throw It All Away, and, like, we get later things like I Am All of Me, All Hail, like, all of the Shadow the Hedgehog soundtrack, and then All Hail Shadow. But I'd argue that, like, this is probably my favorite theme song for Shadow, because the lyrics are about his complete 180 to becoming a hero.
It's a really good song. But wow, your favorite Sonic song ever, huh? Live and learn over here feeling like chopped liver.
Oh, no. I said one of.
Okay.
It's Sakura, you take such an issue with superlatives, and it's hilarious.
Playing, my gosh.
This is like the third time. This is like the third time that somebody has said one of the best, and you have gotten like all of
Let me just
grill.
sharpen
like
this
this then.
knife.
So what you're saying is, like,
So what you're saying is, "Live and Learn" is a bad song.
There is no multiple favorites, only one.
so you hate It Doesn't Matter then? Open Your Heart means nothing to you?
No,
When we sang "It Doesn't Matter," did you feel nothing?
yeah, but I will say that,
Cold,
like,
empty heart of yours.
like through the lens of like theme songs for Shadow, this is I love this theme like as a theme song for him because it's my favorite characterization of Shadow, the sort of the redeemed hero. And like
I think it's also pretty interesting that gameplay wise, the boss kind of parallels the King Boom Boo fight in a way. Because we got that fight distinctly for the hero story, and then didn't really get a comparable boss fight in the dark story. And so this way it kind of matches it, how you're in like a circular, ring being chased by the boss, and then it occasionally like shoots stuff at you. But then where you handle it with Knuckles by digging into the ground and pulling King Boom Boo out, here you use like the grind rail on the side of the Biolizard's neck to do damage. So it's like, okay, this is kind of a cool like translation of this to speed type gameplay.
I don't know why I had so much trouble with this boss though.
It's because it's difficult. You can say
it's a tough boss fight. It's
so
really tough.
Stupid. It's not even the first phase. First phase is like, oh, whatever. It's the second phase when all the bubblegum bits go in the air and you have to like homing attack on all of them. I don't know. It was always so stupidly hard. Like why can't I hit you?
I do like though how like because I've died a lot to this boss, so I've heard the Omo Chow dialogue where like he explains that like as long as he has that life support system on his back, he's invincible, and so it's like, oh, so I gotta destroy the machine on his back to deal damage, which is really cool. Like, I like the idea of like the tubes along his neck are like the grind rails.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's just neat that, like, it's environmental gameplay. I don't know, it's cool, and I like it. And then, yeah, as you said,
I will say the placement of instant kill pits, of, like, how there's the little, like, dips in the ground where the water is that'll sweep you away. That's pretty uncool.
Well, so
it's
here's
uncool
the thing.
of them to put those there.
Here's the thing, is only one of them is.
What?
Because the one up by the Master Emerald, it doesn't kill you instantly. The one on the other end, yes! I learned this. And it's awful.
Excuse me?
Because I lose track of which one is which, because I'm running in circles dodging attacks.
Right, you don't really have time to think about your positioning in the background. You're just going in a circle and you're like, oh, there's water, jump over it.
And so, like, whenever I do this fight, I have to be like, okay, that's not death, that one's death. That's not death, that one's death. And then, of course, I mess it up, and he starts attacking me the other way with his tail, and then I'm like, wait, which one is it?
The little tail waggle when you go too far in the other direction.
Also, backpedaling a little bit, I love that bit, like, because, Sonic and Knuckles get to the shrine, and they're talking, and the Biolizard shows up. And then just Shadow, like, walking in, just leave this one to me. And he just, like, walks in, like, with all the swagger he could muster.
Dun, 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 dun. I just wanted to go back to that Omocho bit. Like, oh, you gotta destroy his dialysis machine. Like, oh, that sounds really bad.
Oh, it's like, Shadow, this is your older brother. Don't...
Murder him in cold blood.
Yeah. I also, it's funny because I've heard a lot of people make the argument of like, why in the world did Gerald Robotnik go from giant space lizard to hedgehog when creating the ultimate life form? Which there's a lot of cool theories about the fact that Gerald Robotnik studied the ruins, like in the Mystic Ruins, that mural of chaos, and like Angel Island, how there's the mural of Supersonic fighting Eggman.
Because we get bits and pieces about like Gerald's studies in Sonic Battle, where it talks about he was always studying like ancient civilizations and ruins and whatever, and so it's like, yeah, he probably did find all that stuff about chaos, and
that's
about
why the
Supersonic
artificial
and
chaos
what have you.
exists.
Ooh, I just had an idea. Like, I was sort of racking my brain thinking a little bit like, why would he be researching chaos and mystic ruins and stuff? Why? His ultimate goal is to try and save Maria's life so that she can go live on Earth. And then it was like, wait a minute. The mural depicts Supersonic, and Supersonic is like invincible for temporarily, but he's invincible and cannot be injured. So maybe that specifically is what he was researching, utilizing the power of chaos to heal her, I guess.
Yeah, we'll create an ultimate life form.
Yeah, it could be.
That could sustain her.
Which would then allow him to be like, okay, so how can I use this to help humanity?
Yeah. But first, Maria.
Well, and like, that's the thing, though, is he was a good person. He was just driven insane by the events that happened.
And he had the brains to do it.
I will say, Sonic X, one of the things that it does that isn't in this game, and I love that it explores this angle, is there's like a whole like B-plot going on in the background where they find the soldier that fired the shot that killed her and
That's
like
right.
are interviewing him.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
it
that's
is
right.
bananas. I was like, why have we not explored this more?
Seriously, why not?
Because in Sonic game, I don't want story. I just want to go fast.
I mean, in Shadow the Hedgehog, they added the general, like he was like a little kid that lived on the Ark and then witnessed
That's
what
true.
happened and was traumatized. And then 50 years later, now he wants revenge. It's like, why couldn't you, I don't know, explore the thing with the soldier who actually shot her? That'd be super cool to see in a game, but maybe it's too late for that.
Sonic Adventure 3, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
No. But there is... I think people really underestimate how, like, fascinating and, like, unique Sonic lore is. Because we always see the surface level. Oh, it's a cartoony blue hedgehog that runs really fast and he fights a big fat mustache man. Like, okay, that sounds really silly. And it's like, no, Sonic lore gets crazy.
Yeah, well, I'd make the argument that one of the franchise's greatest strengths is the fact that, like, surface level, it's very simple and straightforward, but there's enough, like, there that you can speculate and extrapolate and, like, build on that, like, you know, if you want to take it at face value of what it is, like, yeah, it's just fine, it's just good, silly, fun, it's a big, dumb action movie. But then, like, if you want to sit there and examine all the little details and pieces and try and fit them all together, it works surprisingly well.
I guess kind of going back to, like, what we were saying about the, like, the peaceful applications for Gerald's research and all that, they do mention with that one mission in Shadow the Hedgehog, the flashback one with the artificial chaos, that they were not built to be combat robots. It was that they went rogue. And there's still a part of me that's like, then Gerald, why did you give him laser cannons? Like, that's stupid. But
For laser eye surgeries. Gosh.
To assist the gun military, the people funding the project.
yeah, that is true.
Like, it very well could have just been that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is true. That one could have just been something for gun, but it's still like they were not intended to be, weapons of mass destruction or whatever. They were intended to be, tools that can be used for the good of society.
It is also, they were artificially creating chaos and probably opened Pandora's box while messing around with it.
What I do like, what I do appreciate is that they don't, Sonic Team, Sega, whoever's driving this crazy train, no one has ever said, like, yes, this is how the plot is going, like, this is what Robotnik was trying to do, this is where the ideas for A, B, and C came from. They give enough information that lets people think about it, and then just let them roll with it. They don't ever spell it out for you. It's just kind of left to the imagination.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I can appreciate that. Slightly frustrating on the part of me that wants to know all about it, but
Right.
fair enough. I'll deal with it.
Yeah. Well, we know there were enough unforeseens, because unfortunately in the GameCube port, it's blurry as heck and you can't read any of it. But there's like that one frame of Rouge holding up like the reports on the bio-lizard, and you can it's actual text you can read, and it there's some important information there that
Yeah.
Yeah, that got kind of scrubbed out in the port. I actually went back and I found the image, and the image, or I was watching a cutscene and I paused it to read it, but I did get the clarity and was like, oh, so it's not just a bunch of gray dots.
Yeah, no, it talks about how they're so the bio-lizard was our experiment. We've noticed that it has not stopped growing, which is kind of concerning.
It's also dying rapidly.
Yeah. Yes. Just it's fascinating.
You know what's my favorite aspect about the bio-lizard? That it roars like a wildcat.
It does.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Its roar is so cool, though.
It's so a lizard shouldn't be making that sound, but I'm here for it.
What sound exactly would a lizard make?
It's a chimera.
They'd go like. I don't know, but they definitely wouldn't growl like a jaguar.
Shadow has to dodge the bursts of air coming out of its throat as it's making that sound.
Supporting me.
See, but it makes that noise, but then the big balls of dark matter come out.
And it's just
No, that sound is the bubble gum.
It's the
bubble gum. Oh,
we did it. You're welcome, Sonic fans. We determined the lore.
code. We solved the mystery.
Gerald
Everyone go home.
Gerald Robotnik needed to fund his research and took a sponsorship deal from Hubba Bubba.
Black Doom approves. He thought it tasted great.
I like the little comics that come in the candy wrappers.
That is the most 90s thing.
Should have partnered with soap instead.
Nah. Shadow, whatever you do, don't eat the bubble tape without pulling it out first.
What was Maria's dying wish? Shadow, please eat the bubble tape.
Bite into it like an apple.
The red streaks in my fur is the gum that I could never get out.
He's just like, Maria.
Wow. This is so stupid. Why are we talking about this?
Where did our brains go? This is why it's fun though. This game is nothing but fun.
It's
you
just
can
stupid
you can
fun.
take it as seriously or as unseriously as you want and just have a good time.
Yeah.
Oh man.
A sponsor from Hubba Bubba. Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Hey, but you know what's awesome? Freaking live and
Yes.
learn.
Yes.
Oh,
They'd go super.
oh my goodness!
They used the Chaos Emerald Sonic and Shadow go super.
It's
This
so
was like
cool.
the coolest thing when I was a kid. Just the super, just like yes.
It's so like that bit is so hype. The transformation. I love like the detail of like how like all the rings and bracelets that like they have on like go flying off when they transform. Like
Yes.
it's so cool. And just live and learn blasting. It's
Well, and it's we talked about this a little bit, but it's like it's the tease of live and learn because they're playing like it's still instrumental. It's still kind of like the versions they use for like the menu, where it's like you hear the guitar riffs and you're like, oh, this is the main theme coming in. But you don't like actually properly get live and learn until it like the final boss like starts happening.
and it's I love that the final boss is called the Final Hazard.
Oh, here's the final hazard to Earth.
Yep. It's so freaking cool. This fight is hype. I love everyone coming in on the intercom to talk to you.
Yeah.
And that there's dialogue that's set to certain points in time in the fight. And like the fact that this fight has a time limit. I know we've been arguing about time limits. But honestly, it's a pretty
This one felt justified.
This is a generous time limit because I
to be
usually
fair-
die before the
To be
time
fair,
limit.
anytime you play a Supersonic, you have a countdown of some kind with the rings.
Yes,
Yeah.
But going on the Supersonic thing, I feel like up until maybe Frontiers, there was kind of like, oh, okay, oh, it's Supersonic, yes, of course. I don't know, it like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 1 also, Supersonic was like, wow, powerful, oh my gosh. But it felt like in recent years, it was just kind of like, oh yeah, of course, Supersonic, yeah. I don't know, Frontiers kind of brought it back to being like, you're this all-powerful, like, beast that these monsters you were having so much trouble fighting earlier are like nothing to you now. I don't know, it felt like some of that magic had been kind of waning in the past few years. Like, even Heroes, I was kind of excited for Heroes, but that was kind of like, oh, all right. But there was something special about Sonic Adventure 2, though. They did it right.
Yeah, there really is something about like just like the sight of Supersonic is like it leaves you with chills.
Every time.
Whereas like I do agree, especially like in a lot of the games in the Colors era, like you wouldn't even fight the final boss as Supersonic. It was just an extra unlockable.
Yeah.
And it was
special anymore.
very Yeah, it was very underwhelming. So then, you know, smash cut to Frontiers where metalcore music is blazing and Sonic is, you know, like DBZ levels of like complicated martial arts, like knocking these massive foes around. It's like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I missed that.
like Forces when they were charging people to have Supersonic. It's like, are you kidding? You're charging people to have what's supposed to be a core element of this game? I mean, okay, not a core element, but I mean, when you have a Sonic game, Supersonic is sure to follow. But I mean, Forces was like, he's not really he's not really a part of this game. He's not important to it. You don't need him. It's like, well, we want him though. You don't need him.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I almost feel like it got the actual Super Saiyan treatment that Dragon Ball got. where like suddenly everyone started doing it, and then it kind of just didn't become special because it was overutilized. And I, like you said, it didn't feel special. It was almost expected. Like, okay, well, we're collecting the Chaos Emeralds for this plot, so like it's gonna end with Supersonic, and we're just gonna kind of play a pseudo like flight thing or whatever at the very end. I love Supersonic in this because, like, it's still, there's a challenge to it and, like, a concept in that you have two superpowered beings that have super forms, and if you're running out of rings, it's like, okay, gamble it, I'm gonna switch sides early and switch to the other character so that they can try and get this hit in with even less rings than what we normally start with.
Yeah, while the other goes to collect rings, and then you can switch back to him and hope it's enough to cut it.
Yeah, it's really fun, and I love that, like, you know, depending on who you beat the boss with, you get different dialogue. I also, because, again, I want to just gush about this, I love this boss so much. There's the fact that, like, as that time limit is getting closer, there's that, like, filter of, like, the colony heating up as it's entering Earth's atmosphere.
Yes! The color changes, too. Everything starts to get
so,
a little red. Ooh.
It's so good. It's so good.
The characters on the arc are like, hurry! Ah!
When you get to that last minute, there's a bit of, like, you can see, like, the fire as they're starting to, like, breach the atmosphere. And even around, like, your player characters, like, the fire around them gets a little bit more intense.
And,
yeah,
like,
there's so many good details.
And that's the thing, too. There's a bunch of unique dialogue that, like, different characters that come in on the intercom and are like, hey, we failed. Like, you have, like, 12 seconds to beat this boss. Like, I think we're done.
Yeah, or even near the end, Sonic says something to Shadow like your body can't take any more of this, get back to the Ark, something like that. Like, obviously Shadow was built to be the ultimate life form, but, I mean, even he says, I think the ultimate life form is you, to Sonic.
I was just about to bring that up. That is my favorite detail about this fight, and why Professor Gerald shifted gears mid-development of the ultimate life form and made a hedgehog. Because there's the line of dialogue where Shadow is like, the ultimate life form, I think it's you, Sonic. Like talking to Sonic, I think it's you. Because Sonic is, you know, kicking butt and being awesome. Shadow's, like, super form is like a lighter tint. Sonic keeps commenting on, like, Shadow, you seem tired. Like, how's your ring energy? And, like, Shadow can't sustain his super form as well as Sonic can. And it's just
chaos. Yeah.
It's, and, like, you know, you gotta figure, Sonic has been using the Chaos Emeralds for years at this point. Whereas this is the first time Shadow has even attempted going into a super form.
I also do like that. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's so frustrating that people don't acknowledge this bit of dialogue because it's buried away in the final boss, and it's totally missable.
Yeah, so Shadow just goes on to be like, I am the ultimate life form every other time you see him. And it's like, it's not even true.
That's not right.
It's Sonic.
I do like that Robotnik also modeled Shadow. The mural depicts Supersonic, so he created Shadow in Supersonic's image, like his hair and everything.
Yep, the way his quills curve up. It's so cool.
I just think it's neat.
I will say, so I wanna get a little nitty gritty talking about, like, character design and stuff, but, like, so this is a very beloved final boss fight in the series, and I want to talk about the actual design of the Biolizard itself. I don't think the design of this specific monster that we're fighting is the reason why people like this so much, because really, it's just a big red lizard with a space station shoved up its butt.
It's a dinosaur!
It's kind of like, at least visually, it's kind of unremarkable looking compared to, especially to like other final bosses we've had. We've had some like really cool robot designs from Eggman, or things like, you know, like nightmare creatures like Dark Gaia and stuff in other games.
Metal Sonic, the Death Egg,
And
Chaos. Like, wow.
like we've had all these like crazy designs for final bosses, and so I was thinking like, well, why do people like this fight so much if this one's just a big lizard? And the conclusion that I came to is that this moment is really cool because of the stakes.
Yeah.
The implications of what's going to happen, and all of what we were saying about like the attention to detail about like, you know, the colony burning up in the atmosphere as you get closer to the planet and time starts running out. And it's, you know, the combination of even like you said, Sakura, like just the cool factor that Super Sonic and Super Shadow have. And, you know, like Live and Learn finally, like they've been teasing us the whole game. We finally get the full version with lyrics. There's just all these little bits of things that just like really sells the scene. And so, and I mean, it's not to say that like the BioLizard has like a stupid design or anything. It's just not like the craziest looking final boss.
He got no teeth.
Got no teeth.
He's a sock puppet.
It's like one of those gummy snakes. You know the ones I'm talking
Or like
about? The giant, like 3-pound
yeah.
ones.
Or like the, what was it in Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, the big like chompy snake thing on like in the cave that like tries to eat the ship as they fly away, and it's basically just a sock puppet.
Ooh, I had a thought too.
Yep.
Like, I love the fact that, you know, Shadow fights this thing, and then as a last ditch effort to fulfill its creator's wish, it attaches itself to the space station. It's basically like, all right, it's become one with the space colony. It's trying to just crash itself into Earth. If Amy hadn't had that conversation with Shadow, Shadow very well could have done that exact same thing.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
I'll do it for you, and drag it down himself as Super Shadow.
Oh, boo-hoo, you killed the big lizard. Watch this.
Like, it just puts all this weight on that scene with Amy, and I'm like, it's so good.
I just feel like, because you had to use both Supersonic and Super Shadow, does that mean that
Yeah.
Supersonic by himself would not have been able to defeat it? I don't know.
It's possible.
That determination, Gerald Robotnik's hatred was pretty dang strong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it's the fact that Sonic and Shadow are working together and giving each other a moment to stop and, you know, collect ring energy while the other fights. Like, Supersonic might not have had enough time to do it on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, considering the circumstances, no.
It's also especially cool that, like, we have another super form. Because, like, I guess Sonic 3 and Knuckles kind of made super forms a thing before they kind of stopped being a thing. But, like, this was, like, the first thing, like, narratively, that there was a second super form.
Mm-hmm.
And just Shadow having a super form is so freaking cool.
It really was. Oh, just the coolest.
Another detail I like, just the animation in general of, like, when you land a hit on the BioLizard, how it, like, recoils in pain. It lets out another one of its signature growls. And just kind of, like, how its head, like, flies back in pain and everything. It's just, like, it makes your attacks feel like they have a lot of weight to them.
Mm-hmm. And I especially, like, you know, we talked a little bit about, like, the sound design in this game and how the sound mixing isn't good, but, like, the sound effects of its attacks, like, the sounds that those lasers make, or, like, all of the little egg bubblegum things that, like, fire at you, like, and they whiz past you. Like, the sound effects are so good.
Yeah. This fight is definitely, like, one of the parts of the game where sound design gets a pass.
Mm-hmm.
If only the rest of the game was like that.
encouraging them.
I like the sound of everyone on the communicator.
Yeah. The little, like, walkie-talkie effect on the
All
voice
they can do
and
is
everything.
just watch and pray.
Yeah.
Prayer.
They're sitting there watching as Shadow is just trying to swerve past those stupid lasers for, like, the 5th time. Just like, no!
You just hear Liv and Lauren just muffled from outside.
I just had this mental image of Knuckles holding up, like, a stereo, like, blasting it. Like...
He's rocking out on the outside of the arc.
Well, like some guy that's trying to, like, get the girl standing outside her window with, like, the stereo, but it's just
Holding
like,
above his head.
like, playing Live and Learn.
Yeah. Why Knuckles specifically, though?
I think it's because Knuckles visually, like, his giant hands, just, it lent itself so well to the image. It could be anyone, but Knuckles is the one that seemed the funniest to me.
Yeah.
So I think that covers the final boss.
Yep, and then we just get the finale to that fight.
That last scene.
Again, I want to comment, the orchestra, like, especially as, like, Sonic and Shadow are approaching to use their final chaos control on the space colony.
Yes.
Like, that is some, like, tense music.
It really is.
Yeah. It's on the one hand, I like when Sonic X did it, like how they acknowledge, like, Shadow's inhibitor rings, like, coming off in that final push. But I also, like, I think I like this version the best because of, like, the like you said, the music, Shadow, like, hearing Maria's voice one last time, and, like, just how close they cut this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in Sonic X, he pulls a Vegeta and knocks Sonic out of the air so that Sonic can't stop him from sacrificing himself.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean...
Yeah.
I do like how the game did it. He would hear Maria's voice and be like, you know what? Yeah, this is how I'm gonna honor your last wish.
I also, again, just, like, I'm gonna go on about, like, the music soundtrack during the cutscenes, but, like, just that soft piano as Shadow's just, like, falling after they use chaos control.
I love that.
Like, it gets the feels, man.
Yeah, I know it's kind of... Because, like, the humans do not look great in this game.
They don't.
Right?
But I do like that shot of, like, everyone around the whole world just kind of, like, cheering and, like, the joy that they feel of, like, these guys just saved our lives. And because, like, it further... It adds weight to, like, what Shadow said about, like, this is what you wanted. Like, I'll sacrifice myself so that these people can have their happy ending. And, like, it's cool. It's good writing.
Yeah. It's a shame you gotta look at, you know, the best that Dreamcast can do to render a little girl with pigtails, but...
I'd argue she's one of the better looking ones. There's the couple that start making out.
With the...
Oh my gosh, yes.
No, they just
the
hug.
radio.
They just hug. It's a kid's game. They just hug.
I also want to acknowledge, like, when the broadcast goes out and the look of terror on that dude's face.
Yeah. That Grand Theft Auto looking dude.
Yeah.
Oh man, but then it goes into, gosh, this ending is so somber.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just
Sonic
Sonic
kind of reflecting.
Yeah, Sonic coming in by himself. And all he has is, like, the ring from Shadow, and just...
Gives it to Rouge.
Yep.
Yeah. I know you were his friend.
Oh, man.
Oh.
It's such a contrast to the typical, like, endings of the Sonic games. Usually you get, like, the the triumphant fanfare, like the cool rock and roll, and Sonic like jumps at the screen and everyone's like, yeah, we did it. This one, it's just quiet.
It's just sad. It's
Even like Sonic Adventure, like, you know, ended on a very cheerful note. This one's
all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, this one's like really sad. And especially like Eggman. Eggman's conversation with Tails.
Oh, I know.
We're like, hang on. I pulled it up. I looked up to my grandfather because all the great things he accomplished in his life. He was my hero, and I wanted to be a great scientist like him. Like, gosh dang, dude. Like, we talked about this in Frontiers. But, like, we don't know much about Eggman's background. And so the fact that, like, that was one of the things that he was like, my grandfather was a great scientist. I wanted to be a scientist like him. You know, and...
Like, that was his inspiration.
Ah, man.
Oh.
How everyone has their own little conversations. And freaking Sonic, like, I talked about this. Sonic hides his emotions.
He does.
Because he's sitting there reflecting on, like, the ultimate life form, and what does that mean? And then Amy's like, are you okay? You know, like, what's the matter? And Sonic immediately puts his persona back up of like, oh, it's nothing, like, let's go home.
To the planet that's as cool and blue as me. Like, and then as soon as he's alone again, just...
Yep, waits for everybody to leave the room.
Before saying one last goodbye.
One last sayonara.
Oh, so good.
Or adios if you're playing the Japanese version.
The Japanese version,
That's right. That's kind of a silly translation. They're like, no, he doesn't say adios. He says sayonara.
I do wish they'd... I don't know. Like, I like sayonara better because it's more of like a goodbye forever sort of goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does make you wonder where Maria picked up the Spanish. She's watching novellas up in the colony because she has nothing better to do because she's sick.
I would like to think that Maria and Shadow bonded over watching Spanish soap operas together.
Oh, man.
And that's why Shadow is so darn dramatic in this game.
The music, too, in this bit. This bit gets me emotional. Gosh dang it.
Don't cry.
I'm
The
not going to
podcast is
cry.
almost over.
We're almost there.
No crying till the end.
What's Sonic say in the final battle? We've almost got it.
Yeah.
Don't cry, no matter what happens.
I will say, I think there's sort of a double layer to why this scene is so effective. Because on the one hand, just narratively, like, you have, you know, Shadow's last heroic act and sacrifice, and then the rest of the cast is really sad, and of course the music is laying it on very thick during this scene. But even on top of all that, I think the thing that you can really just feel, it's not said to the player at any point, but the thing you can feel about this scene is that this was technically the swan song for Sega being in the console business. And beyond just, like, making consoles, like, Sonic Team probably had to wonder, like, are we even gonna get to make Sonic games anymore? Like, could this be the last Sonic game?
The Final Fantasy.
And so you can just feel, you can just feel that they put their hearts into this, and this last scene really is, you know, a goodbye to this era of Sonic, because even though Sonic kept going after that, as we've all mentioned, talking about, you know, the progression of the series and everything, Sonic Adventure 2 was a very different game than the rest of the series, and the series went in a very different direction from, like, Heroes onward.
It did.
And so it's... I feel like this is one of those games where, like, you can feel a bit of the developer intention in the way that a lot of this scene is done.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna bring it up if you didn't, so I'm glad that you did. But yeah, like, you know, I'm so glad that Sonic has continued past this point. But like, I think when you're put in a situation like that of like, okay, I might never get the opportunity to tell a story like this or to make something like this ever again. So this has to be my best work and give it a good, proper send-off. And I think with that context, this game sticks the landing.
Mm-hmm. It is also pretty interesting that, like, now we have Frontiers, which is out, which people are saying, like, oh, this is, like, some of the best that Sonic has ever been, and, like, it feels like it breathed new life into the series and everything. You can read from interviews, it was a very similar situation with the developers. A lot of them were thinking, like, you know, Sonic games aren't doing as well as they used to. If Frontiers doesn't do well, then, like, we're gonna leave the industry. And then, surprise, surprise, like, Frontiers was amazing.
They pulled a Fire Emblem Awakening.
That's right.
Basically.
That one did it too.
I just love how... sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say that I just love how, because of the overwhelmingly positive response to Frontiers, that's why there's more DLC coming out. And I don't know if that was a similar situation with Sonic Adventure 2, because I know there was some DLC that came out later on, like the Christmas outfits and like some aesthetic changes, but I wonder if that's a similar situation. But yeah, the Sonic series was sort of, I don't want to say it was a dry well, because it wasn't. Like, Sonic Colors was good,
Right.
Sonic Generations was pretty fun, but, I mean, there was no games that stuck out to me like, wow, oh, this game, I'm looking forward to it. Like, Sonic Adventure 2, I stumbled upon it by accident, but it still brought this sense of just awe that I'd been missing until Frontiers. So, I don't know, does that say anything about the Sonic series as a whole? But yeah, you can definitely feel the love from the developers in both of these games.
Yeah. And, of course... Oh, and then, of course, the way that it ends on just that shot of Shadow, like that quote.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And even, like, the credits, like, after, you know, Sonic says his piece and everything, we just linger on that shot of the space colony floating over Earth. And then just, like, the slow, like, fade-in of Live and Learn.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of as one last, like, yeah, we did it! It's no notes, A+, perfect ending to a game.
If I could go back on that note for just a second, I do like how Live and Learn plays throughout the whole final boss fight. I was thinking in terms of Sonic Adventure, when you're fighting against Perfect Chaos, it plays Open Your Heart during Phase 1 of the fight. Phase 2 is like has a more dire like tone to it, but I don't know, I always get a little bit sad whenever I finish Phase 1. It's like, aw, the cool, awesome song is gone.
The hype is gone. Now it's serious.
We complained about that same thing when we
Really?
talked about Sonic Adventure. Yes, because because on the one hand, like, the fight opening with Open Your Heart is, like, so exciting that, like, if it didn't open with that, then maybe it wouldn't have hooked you as instantly. But, like, I don't know, it's just scary orchestra
Finish
music.
Phase 1
It's
so
not
fast. You're barely given any time to enjoy Open Your Heart.
I think,
It's
and
true.
I said this in our Sonic Adventure bit, but I think the Generations fight did it better.
Yeah, because they kind of split it up more. Like, there's the normal boo segments, and then the Phase 2, there's, like, the platformy. But I just like how Sonic Adventure 2 does it with, like, you just get your normal playing as Shadow, fight against the Bio-Lizard boss as kind of a Phase 1.
Yeah.
And then you get the final boss with the super and the really cool music for the whole fight as, like, a Phase 2.
Yeah, I do like how they did that better. And I mean, I like how they introduced how to attack this guy. Okay, yeah, he pulls up the bubble gum. You know, he likes to chew that hubba bubba. But then, now you're in space doing it.
Yep.
Now you gotta fly around in space and pop his pimples. Anyway, let's talk about anything else. Green Hill!
Hey!
Yeah, this is the ultimate 100%. Like, this is the reason that if I were to summon my Gerard Khalil persona, I would absolutely say this game is worth completing, 100%ing it, because of this reward.
I never got a chance to play on Green Hill Zone. For the longest time, that little island is always a mystery to me. Because, you know, I didn't have a whole lot of internet back then. So...
Right. We only got to experience it growing up because of Action Replay.
That's
we're
right.
Little cheaters.
Hey.
Well, that's the thing, too. You earn this reward. And I think you could probably speak to it. Joseph, I think you could speak to it the best because you actually went in and did everything.
I finally had accomplished it, and I will say, like, playing the Green Hill level, like, it's a lot of fun. It's really cool that it's a replica of the original. It was before Sega started shoehorning Green Hill into everything, so it kind of was a cool nostalgic throwback for its time. But it does feel different after 100%ing the game, because at that point it's like, this is my reward. This is like my victory lap.
You're just so burnt out. You're like, hey. With it.
No, I mean, like, I felt burnt out doing, like, the last set of missions on Cannon's Core. Because I was, like, not quite there yet, but I'd been doing it for so long. But just, like, the feeling of relief after having finally done it, and then you just get to run around this, like, neat little recreation of Green Hill with, like, the really pleasant, like, music and sound effects and everything. Mm-hmm. It's just, it feels like a warm hug from Sega.
Thank you for playing our game. You know, like, you're welcome.
Yeah, which, again, in the context of, like, with the context of this being potentially the very last Sonic game, it's a really cool little, like, addition. Just be like, hey, thanks for going above and beyond and doing everything in this game.
Mm-hmm. It's a neat little send-off, just showing, like, where it all started, compared to, like, where it got to.
It's really nice.
Yep.
Well, we did it. We talked about all the content in the game. Thank you for sticking with us, Tradin Faves viewers. It is now time to get to our technically second to last section, because we also have the final thoughts, but it's time to get into the faves in our title, Tradin Faves.
Which we've talked about.
We need to discuss our favorite parts.
We've been talking about at length throughout this entire thing. Now we get to recap on all those things we mentioned.
The character portrait and the recap music starts playing as we talk about our favorites.
I'm Joseph the PurpleCheeseMan. This podcast went on for way too freaking long. I'm tired.
I don't want to edit this crap anymore.
If you want to listen to a podcast so bad, do it yourself. Bye.
Can SakuraNight please fix her audio and send it to me already?
I've been waiting for years.
It's been.
I'm out of here. Jumps
Maybe
out.
I should put a time limit on you editing.
You're
that
too
might
slow.
speed you up.
We piss cool.
Okay. Let's actually get this done.
Okay,
yeah,
Let's
the goal ring is in
let's
sight.
talk about the favorites.
Okay.
So I guess we'll just continue with our typical order. Just David, Sakura, me. We'll each take a turn. we also have a fair number of categories to talk about, so let's try and be quick.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
know that's
gotcha.
really hard for us, but like, let's try.
Okay.
So first up, favorite character, and why is it Sonic?
Hey, it's funny. In my notes, I wrote Sonic, and then in parentheses, because of course it is. Look, this Sonic is so freaking cool in this game, and again, just this game, because like I said in my history with the franchise, I started with Sonic 2, and like I watched The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and then kind of fell off from it. And so when I later like jumped into this game, it was really cool to see how like I'd grown up since playing that game and watching those cartoons, and it was really cool to see Sonic grow up with me. That he was older and a little more mature. You know, we were still kids, but like,
Yes.
you know, we were teenagers now. We were cool. And like, it was awesome seeing Sonic be cool too. So yeah, it's absolutely Sonic.
And I mean, look at him. Look at his design. He was so cool.
He
I mean,
looks so
it's
cool in this game.
Iconic. I mean, you take a picture of a hedgehog, make it blue, and maybe give it red sneakers, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's the Sonic!" Like everyone knows who Sonic is.
Yep.
Exactly.
Look at Knuckles. Who's a red Sonic? That's basically what
Red.
all
Why do you
parents
always
in the
forget
90s
my name?
said back then.
That is the same energy as Green Mario.
Yeah. I mean, he has that cool attitude that's just like he's not doing everything to be a hero. It's just it just aligns with how he feels. And I mean, sometimes how he feels is not how everyone else feels, but he's gonna do it anyways because he's like, I think this is right. And he's just so firm to that conviction. He's just so cool. Come on. I mean, you play a Sonic game and you don't like Sonic. It's like, what are you even doing, man? Every Sonic fan, I don't care who they say, oh, my favorite Sonic character is Shadow or Knuckles or whatever. It's like, you like Sonic to a degree. Don't lie to yourself.
Exactly. And that's not to say I don't like I love the entire cast in this game.
No,
they
yes.
are all fantastic. Right. But
yeah.
if I have to pick a favorite, it's Sonic, and it will always be Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic. Shadow is super cool. I love Shadow. But I really love Sonic.
Yes! High five through the internet.
Yeah.
So that, I assume that counts as your answer then, Sakura.
It does.
All right. Okay. So, as I've tried to think about who my favorite character in this game is...
Do we have to throw you out of this podcast?
Here's the thing. I can't justify a three-way tie between Sonic, Shadow, and Tails, because that's, like, too many.
But you could. There's no rules.
You make the rules.
We live in a lawless, Sonic-loving land.
But the thing is, I've said this in so many of, like, our Sonic discussions already, but for me, what I see as, like, being the best Sonic character is Sonic and Tails together. Because, like, in a way, Tails is my favorite Sonic character overall, because he's one that I identify with the most, but him being with Sonic completes him as a character.
Yeah. Needs his little brother.
And I will also say, Tails in this game is not as in the spotlight. He gets those moments, like those really amazing moments when Tails is present there, but he just kind of isn't as in the spotlight as he usually is, especially like in the first Sonic Adventure with, you know, how amazing his character arc was in that. So I kind of lean towards, like, maybe Sonic being my favorite character in this game. I also, like, really, really got to give some props to Shadow, though, because, like, you guys already talked about Sonic, so just to cover some more ground, like,
What, we're not good enough for you?
No, that's what I'm saying. You guys were good enough talking about Sonic. I don't need to say much
Sonic,
more.
I guess I don't need to compliment him anymore. Sorry, go on.
But I just want to say, like, I remember as a kid, like, I was so obsessed with Shadow.
He's cool.
And part of it, too, is just the fact that Shadow is the perfect foil as a villain to Sonic. Because he is identical to Sonic in the aspects of his abilities and what he can do, and even his personality. He's, like, as cocky and even sometimes dorky with his "I'm the coolest" line.
Yeah, come on, Shadow.
But it really does feel like a properly, like, evil Sonic for Sonic to be fighting against, and it just complements, like, all of the game's themes of duality, of, you know, life and death, of, you know, chaos and control, and, you know, I don't want to say hope and despair, that's Danganronpa. But, like, the themes of duality are everywhere. Like, you know, like, hero side, dark side, and everything, and how you need that balance, and they need to work together to save the day. And so, like, I really can't overstate how perfect of a compliment Shadow is to Sonic's character, and how, like, not as cool Shadow is in, like, the rest of the series compared to this game. But again, a lot of, like, what I do have to praise about Shadow is just that he makes Sonic better as a character. So, like, yeah, it is Sonic.
Look, if you were in Danganronpa, he already has a title, Ultimate Life Form.
He's the ultimate life form student.
Also, all I could think of earlier when you were talking about his "I'm the coolest" thing is just after their Sonic versus Shadow in the Green Forest, right before the island starts to blow up, just Sonic laying face down on the ground. Shadow's like, "I'm the coolest," and then Sonic's just like, "Lame," like,
so lame.
Loser.
Only a faker would have a one-liner like that.
That's more like ultimate dweeb.
Not bad.
All right.
Imposter.
But we are in agreement that Sonic is the best character. Very
He's
good.
Yes.
so good.
Yes.
Do we want to talk? I mean, this one's not as big of a deal, but do we want to talk about, like, favorite, like, character recap?
I'll be honest, I would always skip them when I was younger, so I really don't have a favorite because I don't know them that well.
Okay.
Mine is probably Crazy Gadget.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, Sonic's like, Eggman said he'd trade Amy for the Chaos Emerald. I'll have to think about that one. Like, I don't know why that gets me so much. And then, like, I appreciate the Sonic's like, okay, this is no time for jokes. Like, he admits that he's joking, but the fact that, like, the situation is as tense as it is, and Sonic is still making jokes.
It's just his style, yeah.
I also, it's the one that nobody knows about, but the one for City Escape.
Yeah.
Because of
Yeah.
just the fact that, like, Sonic willingly went along with Gun, and then he's like, wait a minute, handcuffs? What's going on?
What are you doing? Wait.
I thought you guys just wanted to take me for a ride in a helicopter.
No food or movies. I'm out of here.
It is good. I think I would have to agree about Crazy Gadget. Maybe the other one that comes to mind is Eggman in the Tails Round 2. Just his little celebration of, like, I finally did it! I've defeated Sonic! Like, he's so proud of himself there.
It's so funny. Oh, man.
Yeah, but we can move on. We need to talk about the music!
Oh,
Because we haven't talked enough about the music.
Enough? Oh.
No, we haven't.
Live and Learn is the favorite vocal track. Next. I'm just kidding.
I
Yep.
mean, yeah, here's the thing. I narrowed it down to, like, 4 different songs, and they're all vocal tracks.
Yes.
Like, obviously, Live and Learn is up there, because that is an anthem of a generation. I also mentioned Supporting Me, But the other two that I really want to acknowledge is It Doesn't Matter is like way up there for me, especially after we covered it for the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And then also City Escape is like
City Escape is really good.
like I think I have to give it to City Escape, and the reason being is that like, well, I adore Live and Learn, and It Doesn't Matter and like support. Like, there's so many good tracks in this game. City Escape, so much of my childhood was spent playing that level.
Yes,
Like,
mine too.
That song is in my DNA, and I think it's my favorite in this game. It's so good.
Don't lie, your secret fifth favorite song is My Sweet Passion.
I do have a fondness for that song. I love all the character themes. I love all the character themes.
Yes.
If it's not his, it's mine.
Pumpkin Hill?
But, Phil, Pumpkin Hill's up there too.
Yes.
I feel like you've already stated this, but make your case for Live and Learn, even though you don't need to. Like, talk about it. Why is it your favorite?
I mean, it doesn't need me to... I don't need to state a case for why Live and Learn is just so cool.
It's so cool.
It's iconic even after 10 plus years, however long it's been out. When did we say this game came out? Like 2005? 2003?
No.
It was 2001.
Jesus.
Because it was the 10th anniversary.
So 20 something odd years later, yeah, I mean, Live and Learn still stands as like a behemoth in the Sonic OST community.
Mm-hmm. I will say,
dang, right?
one of my favorite things about Live and Learn, though, is whenever Crush 40 plays it live, and like the way June ends it by like just going nuts.
Yes.
Like on that final little bit is always my favorite part of that song, and they always end their concerts with this song because it's their best song.
It's like, wow. Okay, but I do like the theme song that plays for White Jungle also.
Oh, yeah.
That one's really cool.
Rhythm and Balance.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
is that what it was called? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Yeah, Rhythm and
Don't
Balance.
fact check me.
No, yeah, you're right. I just looked it up.
Okay. You fact checked me. Now, for me, like, there's a lot of great music in this game, but like, it absolutely has to be Live and Learn for my favorite.
Yes.
They really, like, I don't even know if, all the cool dudes at Crush 40 realized how powerful of a song they wrote. Like, there's just something so chilling and awe-inspiring when you hear June's insane guitar work and Johnny's unbelievable vocals. This is just like one of the greatest pieces of music created for a video game, full stop. And for so many years, this was just like undisputedly my favorite Sonic song ever.
Yes.
And then they had the gall to create I'm Here.
I know. Oh my god.
In Sonic Frontiers. And it's
like, stop it.
Oh, like, I'm Here is like the first piece of music in so many years of Sonic media that finally is like, oh, I could like this more than Live and Learn. I'm not sure if I do.
You're about to incur the wrath of like those older veteran Sonic fans, by saying these things.
I mean, like, I already said that this is like one of my favorite video games of all time, so like, they're already mad.
It's like, come at me, bro.
But I mean, like, Live and Learn is just such a powerful piece of music, and like, the American audiences of Sonic X were robbed because Live and Learn played during the Japanese version.
That still hurts me.
The only adequate way to make up for this crime is to include Live and Learn in the third Sonic movie.
Please.
If it is not there, they have messed up royally. Like, there's so many other, like, things that's like, oh, they better have this in the third Sonic movie, and it's like, yeah, like, it's a different interpretation of Sonic. We could live without whatever. Live and Learn has to be
It's a staple. You
in
can't
this
take it
movie.
out. You can't.
Like,
No.
I will settle for a cover if that is the best they can do, is be like, oh, Crush 40, whatever. We're gonna get an actual band that no one cares about to cover.
Like Fallout
whatever.
Boy to cover it.
Look, I'm not gonna say
Hey.
no to Fall Out Boy.
Hey, I would not say no to
No,
a Fall Out
I
Boy
know.
cover of
Look.
Live and Learn.
Patrick
We'll find some
Stump, I bet
rapper
you
off
could
the
do it.
street.
Find some rapper.
Somehow it ends up being like Hunted P.
Somehow. Like, what an odd coincidence. Oh, yeah.
But anyway, like, it's Live and Learn. It's just perfect music.
Mm-hmm.
To talk about instrumental tracks, though, there are a couple of those. I was going to falsely classify Escape from the City as an instrumental track, because I'm like,
No,
it's a level theme.
it's a
and I'm like,
vocal track.
no, there's vocals. What am I doing?
Metal Harbor, on the
Yeah.
other hand. I've already
Yeah, metal.
proclaimed how much I love that song.
There you go. Do you want to just talk about
Very
that
nice.
then?
Well, I
‘cause-
like Mission Street too. That one's a fun song.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And basically any level with Shadow in it. Shadow's themes are just really,
Yeah.
really cool. Also Knuckles too.
Yeah.
So good.
I was so I narrowed it down to 2. For me, and like the first one I had on there was That's the Way I Like It from Metal Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
And especially even more after this playthrough, because on my drive to work, I was listening to the soundtrack, and like everyone always comments on, like, you know, Sonoe-san, his killer guitar riffs. Like that's what Sonic is known for, and they're definitely the standout in this track. But I noticed the brass section in this
Yes.
game's soundtrack.
And
And
some killer brass, yeah.
And in this track in particular, in That's the Way I Like It, the trumpets are so good in this song, and I freaking love it. The other one though that I had on there was it's the credits song, The Last Scene.
Oh, yeah.
It carries that emotional ending.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Can
I've
can
said
I
it.
say?
Oh.
Can I say something real quick? My pick for favorite instrumental track is The Last Scene as well. So
It's so good.
Really good song. It's really good.
I've said it a billion times on the podcast, but like I love a good piano piece, and like
Yes.
that piano has adds so much weight to that finale.
it is, and also maybe a bit more overlooked about it is the acoustic guitar that accompanies
Yes.
it in the background is so pretty. It's the combination of piano, acoustic guitar, and strings that just like those are the 3 like sad music instruments that like perfectly do sad music. And so it's just like, ooh,
They knew what they were doing.
that song gets me. They did. All right. Favorite levels. We decided to separate this based on a favorite: speed, treasure hunting, and mech.
Yep. So for me, obviously, it's City Escape. It is one of the best Sonic levels ever. Everything about this level is just great. It has so many good set pieces. The music is killer. It is such a good, just hook for the audience. So yeah, it's City Escape for my speed level.
Yeah, I gotta agree. City Escape is really like I don't know, like a perfect opening Sonic level, I have to say. But
Yeah.
yeah, just wow. I mean, I know Generations remade it, and I don't know, I didn't. The remade version of it, I'm just like, this isn't my City Escape. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, it just lacked a certain something. But I don't know, yeah. Favorite speed level, City Escape, like hands down.
All right, I'm kind of in an awkward position. So my favorite level, like even out of all the different styles of levels and everything, my favorite level is Cannon's Core, which is technically all of them.
That's fair.
It is classified as a Sonic level, like in the game's like logs, but like
code,
it is technically
yes.
all of them. So like, I don't know how to count that, but I did just want to say that that's my favorite level. If we are talking specifically only a speed type character, I would actually say Metal Harbor.
Metal Harbor
is my favorite.
Metal Harbor is like my second choice.
Yeah, same. Probably White Jungle for my third. I don't know. They're all very good. Oh.
Mm-hmm. What about treasure hunting levels, though?
So Sakura, I'm so sorry, but it's Security Hall, baby.
What?
I
Time
love
limit.
It's so
no.
It's so weird because, like, again, I call this level Stockholm Syndrome, the level, because I hated it as a child, but now, like, every time that I go to do a playthrough of this game, I find myself looking forward to that level, and just getting to experience it. And so, like, I think it would be a disservice if I said any other level. I love Security Hall.
I'd have to go with Dry Lagoon. I love Pumpkin Hill and all. Aquatic Mine was a pain.
Yeah, Pumpkin Hill was my honorable mention because
but Dry Lagoon is fun. Yeah,
Dry Lagoon is a good one.
Yeah, I think for me, it kind of comes down between. It's funny that you guys mentioned these. For me, it comes down between Dry Lagoon and Security Hall. And the thing that is holding Security Hall back is the time limit.
Yeah.
Because it is a frustrating aspect of the level. I love everything else about the design of that level, and doing missions that are not timed missions make that level a lot of fun. But, like, 5 minutes is not plenty.
no, it's not.
So, like, it would be Security Hall if not for that. But then on the other hand, like, Dry Lagoon, no time limit. Also brilliantly designed. I love the 2 segments. I like the rescuing the turtle and everything. And just, like, the music is so cheery and fun. Like, I'm thinking about it more, like, it's probably Dry Lagoon. And also, like, as far as Knuckles stuff, like, Meteor Herd is kind of cool. Like, Pumpkin Hill is fun because it's got the fun music and the aesthetic. Pretty much the rest of Knuckles levels can go die in a fire. Especially after me trying to 100%.
Exactly.
Like, Aquatic Mine. I am so sick of Aquatic Mine.
No R-rated horror movies will get to you, but if I play Aquatic Mind's theme song, you're just like, oh no!
I mean, it's not the theme song. The song's really chill. But...
Yeah.
No, to remind you of all the good times you had trying to get S ranks.
The PTSD war flashbacks.
Yeah. Yo, this is Knuckles. We're at Aquatic Mine. I'm just like they're like staring off into space, like, oh no.
I will say, just talking about Pumpkin Hill, because I had a long drive because I was visiting our mom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my wife was like, let's put something on, and she's like, you know what? I haven't played Sonic Adventure 2, but like let's put on the soundtrack and you can tell me about it. And we got to Pumpkin Hill, and my wife was just like, I want this kind of energy in my life of just like, yo, I'm Knuckles, I ain't afraid of nothing. And it made me smile.
It's true.
It's like, I want that attitude in my life.
Gotta match that energy.
Yep.
Live, laugh, love? No. This is Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill.
You ready?
Live, laugh, sense to emerald into your feet.
I ain't scared of nothing. We can do this thing.
Had
to back him up with a fist metal crack him.
I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep.
You can't deny the fun of the Pumpkin Hill thing.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about mech stages, though.
Okay, so for me,
okay.
Hilariously, I think my favorite is Lost Colony.
Oh.
Ah. That is a good one.
I don't know, something about it is like I love how like the lights are dimmed. I think I said it before, but like especially this level, Amy's line about this being an abandoned ark.
Yeah.
This feels like an abandoned research facility.
It does.
And just like there's the artificial chaos, like just creatures hanging around that suddenly like, oh, there's movement detected. I'm now active. And like I love the light mechanic. You get the hover jets, which change the whole way you play the game. Like everything about I love this level. It's so like weird and unsettling.
It would have been really cool. I don't know if the Dreamcast could have handled this at the time. It would have been cool to see like when the robots activate because of motion detection, like dust comes off of them or something, or like they're all like rust colored, old, decrepit.
Sonic Adventure 2 remake.
Yeah.
Please.
There's an
give
idea.
It to me, Sega.
Well, I know I've talked about it before, but my favorite mech level has to be Prison Lane.
Yes,
It's
me
so
too.
good.
Yay.
Like, here's the thing. I have to agree with you, David, that Lost Colony, it nails the atmosphere. It's a very cool level, and we also talked a lot about Cosmic Wall having, like, the anti-gravity stuff, which is also very cool. But let me tell you, I had to grind for Chaos Drives to power up my Chow to 100% the game. I became very, very familiar with Prison Lane.
Yes, you get it.
And so, not just the memory of, like, going there to grind Chaos Drives for the Chow, but also just, like, I think on soundtrack alone, like, it's the best music that, like, the mech stages have. The guitars are wailing, the cat synths are meowing, and it's just so hype.
Yep. This is a good level.
But in conclusion, it's canon score.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Alright, favorite power-up. What is your favorite power-up, and please tell me why it's the light dash.
It's up there for me, but I was thinking about it. I think my favorite is the bounce bracelet.
Ooh.
That is also one that I very much enjoy.
I think that just like, because like we got like the stomp ability in like later Sonic games, and we sort of got the bounce bracelet in Frontiers, but like it's never been the same as this. And like the bounce bracelet is just fun. The way you can like mash it, you get higher, and just like I think my favorite is the bounce bracelet. Even like I love the way that like the bracelet looks.
Yeah.
And then later when you get the magic hands, how like it adds on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite is magic hands.
I like this power-up I never use.
It makes my gloves look exactly the same.
But yeah, the light speed shoes are up there. The light speed shoes are definitely up there.
Yeah, Light Dash is super cool. It's kind of hard to pick just one for me. Okay, yes, the Light Dash, yes, the bounce bracelet. I do love the fire roll.
Oh, the flame
the
ring.
fire-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one's really cool. I also love, I can't remember, is the homing missiles, is that a power-up that you get on the mechs, or is that already a part of the mechs?
You get the laser upgrade
Yeah.
that makes it so like the laser like explodes and can hit more enemies around a target.
I like the
That's
laser,
right.
the lock-on laser. Like that's I utilize that a lot on Prison Lane. Haha.
Yeah.
Also the hovering, that was a pretty neat thing to add. And then purely for aesthetic purposes, Knuckles' sunglasses.
Yes.
I would just put them on. Like, there's no reason for these to be on right now. And yet,
Of all of his gear, like, it's easily the coolest.
For me, I think like, it's hard, right? Because, like, David, you do make a great case about the bounce bracelet. It's just one of the most fun abilities to use, and I love the little, like, sound it makes when you use it. But I think, like, I want to give it to the light dash just because visually I feel like this is the coolest light dash we've ever had.
Yes,
With
yeah,
the little,
absolutely.
like, after image effect. And there are so many moments where, like, there are these light dash trails set up that, like, make for this cool spectacle, especially the Cannon's Core one, where you go, like, out into space and then loop back around to the other side of the colony.
that's right, yes.
It just, it looks so cool.
Yeah.
I guess also, shout out to the bazooka, because we give Tails, a literal 8-year-old, a big bazooka.
Oh, yeah. I mean, gosh, right? If we didn't give it to him, he would have built it himself.
It's true.
Yeah.
But let's see then. Enough about power-ups. Let's talk about minigames. What is your favorite minigame, and why is it not Kart Race?
I will say, like, as I said before, I love the kart races when I'm watching you play them. Because
right?
watching you break the game in half is so fun.
Something so magical about watching you break the sound barrier.
For me, I think it's the Chow Karate.
Yeah.
Like, the music is really, really good.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe it's my inner Pokemon trainer that's just cheering on my child as it beats the crap out of
Someone
out of each
else's
other.
child.
It's also like the rising tiers and how strong your opponents are. Like how who's the one that had the apple for the head?
I was like happy.
Happy, and like how like up like leading up to him. They're all like children who are like down on their hands and knees, and then he's over there like breakdancing. You're just like, okay, this is the cool kid. This is the person that like flew through the tournament bracket to get here.
Okay, I don't really have a different platformed event about this, but like the Super Cup, the final set of rounds. You're, like, fighting one that's, like, green and has, like, sonic quills or whatever, and you're like, oh, this guy's kind of tough. And then, like, you get to the point in the bracket where it's like, oh, there's Chaos Chow now. Like, I'm fighting Chaos Chow. Like,
That kid has a
literal
little
gods.
flame on his head.
Yes!
Yup.
It's so, like, the fear of God is instilled in you once you make it to that bracket.
Like, I don't know, there's this part of me that, like, I'm just imagining, like, a Street Fighter game, but it's just Chow Karate, like, in the Sonic universe.
Chow's doing the little, like, Hadouken attack.
I mean, like, they get the spin kick and the wind-up punch, like...
Like Pokemon.
Yeah.
Raise your Chow. Catch new ones. This one's good at flying. Like,
A new challenger has entered the ring!
it's Knuckles.
This will fly at this location!
Somehow Knuckles gets allowed to fight in a Chow tournament.
Knuckles just himself.
Yes!
Can someone please mod that in? Just have to fight Knuckles.
Here I come, rougher than the rest.
No one stops Knuckles' feet as he just, like, boots the Chow out of the ring.
Just punts him. And the Chow's just like flying away.
You don't even see it land; it just shoots out of way out there.
This is a terrible line of thought.
It
This
is.
whole thing.
We need to change topic. Sakura, what's your favorite minigame?
Okay, so I do like the 2-player Emerald Hunt. That one is kind of fun.
Ooh,
Also,
yeah.
Also, like the race when you're racing together and you're just like collecting just enough rings to start just wailing on each other, attacking.
Yeah.
I was right at the finish line. No, you know.
Yup.
And that one's pretty fun.
The PTSD that comes from hearing Amy's "Just wait a minute."
I'll use your chaos control.
Time stop.
Yeah, I didn't even consider like multiplayer stuff as a minigame. If we are counting those, then I would probably say like the speed races as well. But my answer, having not considered those, is the Chow races. Is especially having gotten to see like more of the courses. Since like growing up, we didn't do like. We spent a lot of time in the Chow Gardens, but we didn't make a lot of progress.
Nope.
And so finally getting to see some of those races where it's like the challenge races where it's like a one-on-one thing, it'll be like, the guy returns, and it's just like a gray Chow with a bored expression.
I remember.
And then it's
him.
and then you get farther, and then it's like, the guy strikes back, like, and it's him again.
He
like,
returns. It's like, oh.
There's some good humor there, as well as like the fact that you have the dark races where it's your dark Chow against like a whole squad of angel Chow, and then you do the hero races where it's your hero Chow against a squad of dark Chow. Is also very cool.
Oh, if I could tack a little something onto that. So, my sister and I had this one Chow that he was basically our Crush 40. We put everything into this guy, and he was like our strongest. He'd already been like died and rebirthed like multiple times. Using the tiny Chow Garden Game Boy Advance, we were able to transfer him to Sonic Adventure DX, and then enter him in the races on there. And let me tell you, watching this little Chow move like a literal like jet ski boat in the water. There's like a literal wave of water behind him. Just he's going so fast the camera can barely keep up. It was amazing, and we were dying of laughter.
I'm just imagining this Chow, but with like what do you call it? It's not like a ripcord, but like how you start the engine to the boat. Just do that, and he just takes off.
It basically was. It wasn't like
just imagining
the two waves of water like behind him. It's like, whoa, my gosh.
I'm imagining something like you remember the David Hasselhoff scene in the SpongeBob
It was like
movie?
that, yes. It was exactly like that.
But it's just a little Chow just
We're just, whoa, we weren't expecting this.
Who's the ultimate life form now?
Can't hold on much longer.
I will never let go.
Oh my goodness.
That was a fun visual.
I'm telling you, whatever you were imagining, it was exactly like that.
Yep.
That's amazing. All right. We got to move on, though. This recording session alone, we're already at the 2-hour mark. The whole thing's going to be like 4.5 hours total. So.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We're having fun, and that's what matters.
Is the audience having fun, though?
No, they definitely clicked away after we started talking about, like, Dry Lagoon, so we're good.
No, they clicked away when you said that I'm Here was your favorite Overliving star. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say they clicked away once you mentioned David Hasselhoff.
Well, good. It's time to talk about boss fights.
Boss fights.
Come back, it gets
What's
better.
your favorite? What's your favorite boss fight, David?
For me, it's the rematch against Shadow.
Ooh,
I-
yes.
Yeah.
Freaking love this boss fight. Everything about it is so freaking good. Yeah,
Do you mean
like
the race?
yep, the race.
Race
yeah.
ish.
The final Sonic Shadow battle
Yeah.
at the end of like the Hero
It's-
and Dark story.
It's the fact that like the platforms fall, so you can't like lag behind, but you can't just like blast ahead because he'll keep teleporting in front of you. And so, like, there's this weird level of strategy to it, but also like it's a fight. The way he like jumps and you bounce off of him when you homing attack him, like I love it. And also just that introduction of like the two running at full speed.
And the music. Yeah.
Yes, the
Oh,
music
the
is so
music.
good.
That's always been
What about
one
you,
of my-
Sakura?
Yes, I concur. That was one of my favorite boss fights too. I mean, whenever I think of boss fights from this game, my brain immediately goes to that one specifically. It's, as Shadow said, the coolest.
It's also one of the only times Sonic has actually been a boss fight.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
true.
so.
On the
huh?
other side, the only other time is Sonic Rush.
Oh, yeah,
if you
with
play
Blaze.
Blaze's story, Sonic is a boss.
You could also count the Diablon fight from Shadow,
Oh yeah,
because Sonic is part of
Yeah.
the boss fight.
That's
Sonic's
true.
more just there though.
He's basically a platform for you to get to Diablon's head.
Bounce off of his head.
Yep.
Yeah, but I have to say specifically it's Shadow, because I think Sonic is a better boss in Sonic Rush.
Yeah.
Mostly because he gets some crazy cool attacks in that.
Yes.
But like Shadow's line too as the fight starts just before this is over. I'll show you the true power of chaos control. Like it gives me chills every time.
Yes.
All right. Well, I need to be different just for difference sake.
No, you don't. You can be cool and agree with us.
Oh, wait till you hear what I have to say so you can know how not cool I am.
Oh, no.
I
Not
really
the
like the
coolest.
Biolizard.
Oh gosh.
It's here's the thing. Like I love like a lot of like what the boss fights do thematically. And I do have to agree, like the Sonic versus Shadow fight is extremely cool as well. And maybe it's just because I've played the game so much, but like it's a little too easy for me to enjoy. Because it's just like, okay, hang back with your spin dash, get your spin dash ready. They turn around to use the chaos attack, and then you let go of the spin dash and run into them, and rinse repeat 5 times, and that's the fight.
Fine.
The Biolizard is like the only like legitimately challenging boss in the game, and as somebody who is an enjoyer of difficulty in games, fair difficulty, it's, I don't know.
Hence 100% completion.
Like the boss fight still poses a challenge, but it's also just like thematically like where it stands for, like, you know, as we talked about, the growth in Shadow's character, him finally stepping up and being like, okay, I'm gonna do something about this mess. Like it really is such a cool moment.
Yes.
And the soundtrack is killer.
I still hate that boss fight though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just be trash. It's fine.
No, I'm with you there. I do love the Biolizard fight, but I'm also like sympathetic to Sakura because yeah, that fight's tough. Like maybe I'm just bad at video games, but that fight kicks my butt every time.
Yeah. I don't care. Oh, she had struggled with the Biolizard. Oh, she's so excited. I don't care. You stole your opinions. I don't care. That fight was hard.
No, and I mean that's part of my statement about why I still enjoy it is because it's difficult.
Yeah.
But like I think it is a valid criticism as well. It's just when you're like me and you 100%ed Fury and casually enjoyed Elden Ring on the side, like it changes you.
You like hard games.
Now look, sir,
I like some hard games.
Some hard game.
You watched me struggle with the Sonic Murder Mystery
That's right.
Games. You watched me struggle. It took
did
me
see
like
those,
an hour
yes.
to finish those ones at the end.
Now those fall on the side of what I was saying about unfair difficulty.
It was so dumb.
Well, to avoid us from breaking into an all-out fist fight, let's move on.
You mean nothing to me.
Good. Thanks for being a guest on the show.
Your opinions
See you later.
stink, like a kid does do.
Trading
All right,
faves, I'm
well
like
played.
trading trash. I'm just kidding.
On that note, the next category.
Yeah, let's trade some more trash. What's your favorite goofy line of dialogue from the game? If you can even pick one, or if not, then some of your favorites.
There are a lot of them to pick from. Like, part of me wants to say Shadow's "I'm the coolest" because we keep bringing
Right?
it up. I think I have to mention that. But for me, I think it's actually Sonic's talk about low budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here. I like running back because it's so silly and cheesy, and again, it goes right along with everything about that I love about this game. It's a big dumb action movie with big dumb one-liners.
Ooh, this is a hard one for me because, well, number one, I haven't played the game in a very long time, so remembering specific lines of dialogue is kind of hard. But oh man, I think it must be like how Rouge says like what did you do to my emerald? And then he's like, that's not your emerald. And like that was kind of silly. That was kind of funny.
Well, and that's the shot where Rouge is like strangling Knuckles and just
Yeah.
shaking him back and forth.
Or also is Sonic like, what can I say? I die hard. Like
Yeah.
you're so cool, and also like, oh man.
You're such a dork. I
Like
love
only
you so much.
only someone as cool as Sonic could get away with saying things like that in such a specific moment, right?
One that comes to mind is during Sonic's recap, the our plan was perfect until Eggman snatched Amy. Like that.
He's got such
That
a
one gets
sass
me.
in this game.
I think we've been memeing about it so much. I really do have to give it to Shadows. I'm the coolest.
Really, yes.
Because it's so like it's such an inappropriate time to be saying that. Like you're getting beat up by Sonic, and then you have to affirm your opinion of yourself because you're losing the fight. Like it's so silly.
Crying in the mirror. I'm the coolest. Me.
I'm the coolest. I'm the ultimate life form.
That's what he's talking about.
He's the fake hedgehog, not me. Yeah.
I didn't eat those words.
I'll make you eat those words. Yeah, that whole
That one's a funny
conversation.
one too.
Especially because Sonic cuts off Shadow because the English dialogue isn't paced right. I'll make you eat those words.
Just their back and forth sassing each other is that's great in itself. Anytime Sonic and Shadow are talking at all, you're just in for a good time.
Yeah.
All right. To wrap up the favorite section, we've got favorite moment, and we usually split this one into two categories of like your favorite moment from the game itself, and then if you can remember that far back because it's been a second, your favorite moment from us playing through the game together.
So for me, Favorite moment in the game? That's a hard choice. I love so many moments in this game. But I think it might be that cutscene right before the Sonic and Shadow fight.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's either that or it's the Sonic with the fake emerald, like the Mexican standoff in the arc. Like, both those scenes are so cool and just reaffirm why I love Sonic as a character. As far as from our playthrough specifically, man, I think it's just been getting to experience this game with you, Sakura. Mm-hmm. Like, getting to experience this game with somebody who also loves this game, and just, like, our pre-game memes and shenanigans. Like, I remember somebody said something that made you laugh. And you're like, I think my drink just went out my nose. And then you're like, can you feel the Coke moving through your nose?
It's like you're burning for more. Like,
yes! Or like we were talking about the recaps, and we were like, this is Sonic's diary entry. It's like, dear diary, I'm Sonic. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. He has to like write that on every page.
He has to introduce himself every time, that's right. Dear diary, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. My pen is running out of ink.
Better speed up.
This typewriter doesn't work fast enough.
As like the text scrolls, time mechanic countdown. But yeah, like, I really do think that was my favorite part of our playthrough, is just getting to experience the game with somebody else who grew up with this game, so that we can all just be nerds together.
Yeah. Someone who had an entirely different experience as an approach to this game, and yet so similar.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the same for me, is that you guys have different memories of, like, oh, your 2-player fights and whatnot. And, I mean, I was more focused on the Chow Garden, really.
Right.
Specifically the Chow Garden. Making sure my Chows learned every subject in school. You know, that was... Like, oh, you finished class? Get back in there! Like,
my Chow is an honor student.
Got that as a bumper sticker. Favorite moment, I think. Well, I'm thinking of like when Sonic is in the capsule that's hurtling towards the Earth, and he decides to try using the fake Chaos Emerald to escape, and it works.
Yeah.
And then just appears before Knuckles, and he's like, all right, you take care of things. And then he's just like, whoa, what just happened, though?
Wait, how did you get here?
But I think that's really cool, is that, Sonic does have the powers of chaos in him, as evidenced by the few times he's transformed into Super Sonic. But, I mean, that it actually worked with a fake one. He was strong enough to make it work with a fake one, I guess. And so there was that. That was probably one of my favorite moments from the game. Or favorite cutscene, I guess. Just, wow, he did it.
All right. To talk about mine. So from the game, I would have to say it's the ending. Like,
yeah.
You heard me gush about the music for the last scene. You heard me gush about, like, you know, this being like the end of the Dreamcast era and all that. Like, the ending to this game just gets me every time. I love it so much. As far as like favorite moments from our playthrough, there is one that comes to mind that I can't say on camera.
Uh-oh.
Mostly because I can't do it justice, like censoring the swear. But so ask me off camera and I'll tell you about that one. But as far as like moments,
the listeners will never know.
Moments that I can talk about that were some of my favorites. Obviously Route 101 with Tails and just doing the silly waggle maneuver and, you know, breaking the sound barrier.
Yes.
is something that's very silly. Another thing that was part of our experience that I really enjoyed was in between our play sessions when I was working on the Chow World, just like sending you guys little updates with like pictures of like, oh, Crush 40 like did this today or whatever.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yup.
Our little boy is growing up.
Oh, and he grew. I maxed out that boy's stats. He became a powerful little dragon boy.
Give it to me straight, Doc. Is he gonna be a Chaos Chow?
Here's the thing. It's not required for 100%. No! And I already had to spend so much time grinding. I'm like, I need a break from this game.
That actually made me think of when I was a kid, my sister and I were convinced that there was probably a fourth like Chaos Garden. Like, we wanted, I don't know where the idea came from, but we just were like, I bet you anything there's a Chaos Garden, and we wanted to see it so bad, but we could never make a Chaos Chow. And so years later, when I learned, no, there really is no such thing. It's just like, and there goes that childhood dream dead in the ground.
Sonic Adventure 3, Sega, that idea is free, no royalties needed, make it happen.
I am giving it to you on a silver platter.
Imagine, like, a Chow Garden that's set up like the Master Emerald Shrine. That would look so cool.
Cool. Oh, because it's got the pool around it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, make it an iOS game. I don't care. Gotcha? Whatever.
Just make it exist.
Please, just bring back the Chow.
That would be super cool to have a garden based on the Mystic Ruins.
Oh, that's so cool.
Emerald Altar.
Thank you, viewers, for hanging in with us. We're on our last segment, the final thoughts section.
As you crawl
this is where we just
and drag yourselves across the finish line.
I ran out of stamina. I tripped, and I'm now out of the race.
You just hear all the cymbals crashing of the zeal, trying to build up your zeal. Come on!
You can make it! The like and subscribe button is right there!
Cacophony of noise. Just subscribe! Sorry. I know I talked over you there, but I mean, come on, it was right there.
Okay, David, your final thoughts.
Oh, my final thoughts. Let's see if I can put all these emotions into words. I freaking love this game. Like, this game is my favorite game of all time. So much of who I am was influenced by this game. My music tastes, my love of art and animation, my love of just, like, video games in general and stories, my personality. Like, and the thing is, for me, like, I am nostalgic. I can see the cracks in this game. Like, so many people have pointed them out. But I don't care. Like, I don't think nostalgia is something that should be discredited. Because, like, this game, my wife has coined a phrase that I like to use, is that she says, this is your comfort game. That every time you turn it on and you play it, you just have a good time. And that's this game with me. Like, even with all of its flaws, like warts and all, this game just makes me smile. And I think if a game can do that, then it is a good game. And so that's what I gotta say about it.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, everything he just said about the music, the art, just in general, I mean, you accept it with all its flaws. Like, it's not free of criticisms, and I think that nostalgia shouldn't be an excuse to overlook its flaws. But I mean, like I said, 20 plus years later, it still stands the test of time that this game is still like put up on a pedestal and just beloved by so many people. Obviously, they have like a gold mine of like, wow, this is a good formula for Sonic games. Let's never make a Sonic Adventure 3 and ruin that legacy. It just brought so many. Like, obviously, Sonic Adventure introduced, like, the Chow Gardens, introduced, like, the Emerald Hunt stuff.
The homing attack.
The homing attack, yeah. This game basically took those ideas and polished them. And even, like, the grinding, it, like, changed certain aspects of gameplay for future Sonic games. And, I mean, like, yeah, when I put this game on, it's like I'm coming into a game that I know very well. It's like coming home and just being drawn into a warm hug and then immediately thrown out into space, like, fight the bio-lizard. Like, no! This is called
Capsule clears the colony, bam!
Being chased.
Go into the bank vault and find the Chaos Emeralds in under 5 minutes. No! I mean, again, flaws and all, I do love this game a lot. It means so much to me. And I'm really glad that I got to be here on this podcast and just gush about it for several hours with you guys.
Yeah! It's been fun.
Yay! That's my final thoughts on it. Good game.
Yeah, it really has been a fun experience. And I guess for me, it's interesting with the mention of the idea of a Sonic Adventure 3 or whatever. There's people that still, after all these years, are holding out for such a game. And for me, I get scared of the prospect of a Sonic Adventure 3 because I just know it's not going to live up to what this game does. Like, there is no way, after so many years of hoping that it would exist, and like after how much the Sonic franchise has changed over the years, like, it just would not be the same. If they wanted to make something close to it, like, I don't know, they title it like Super Sonic Adventure or whatever, and it's like in spirit.
Or Sonic World Adventure.
Yeah. No, that game was way different.
Is it true that they were trying to make Sonic 06 was sort of like the successor to Sonic Adventure 2? I don't know where I heard that.
They were trying to recapture the spirit, and it does a lot of the same things that the Sonic Adventure games do, just not as well.
It was supposed to, like, be this, it's going to be a change in the series. Like, it was a change, all right. Maybe not in the direction you were thinking,
start a lot of
but...
things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I guess to reel it back into my thoughts about this game, the first thing that I do want to say about it is that this game helped me grow some thicker skin in terms of like internet discourse and dealing with other people's opinions. Because as we all know, with every Sonic game that releases, and no one can be self-aware enough to actually recognize that this cycle is going on, but it's like a game comes out and it's either praised or hated, and then every 10 years, the public opinion suddenly changes, and it's like, oh, we have all these people hating Sonic Adventure 2. It's horrible. It's the worst thing that happened in the series. And then 10 years pass, and then it's like, oh, it's amazing again. No, I grew up with this game. You guys just don't get it. And then in another 10 years, everyone will be back to hating it again. It's this really tiring cycle.
And the worst part is just the negative comments are the ones that are the loudest. The most obnoxious and loudest are just the negative ones. In any series, in any franchise. Like, why? It's so negative, and you're gotta shout your opinions because whatever. I don't know. It's kind of nice to talk about all the good things and the things that we love or found funny or silly for several hours versus just wading through all the negative comments. Criticisms. Oh, this is done
right.
We know this game has flaws. We already established this multiple times.
Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. Like, growing up and specifically being in my very insecure teenage years, around the time when people had cycled around to thinking, no, this game's bad and it's terrible and here's why, and there were 20 video essays on it.
Ugh.
Like, I genuinely felt bad about that because it made me wonder, as, you know, when I was that age, back then I was aspiring to be a game designer, and I loved this game a bunch, and I was thinking, like, are my opinions about game design flawed?
Yeah.
Because people are saying this is a bad game. Like, would I not make it as a game developer because I like this kind of thing? And then, you know, after some reflection and some growing up, I realized, like, I just like what I like, and I don't have to justify that to anybody.
Yeah.
Like, it really doesn't matter if this is people's favorite Sonic game or least favorite, or it's just kind of in the middle somewhere. Like, I am okay to think it's a cool game and to love the soundtrack and to love the gameplay, and even the aspects that some people would say are flaws, they're still endearing to me. In a way.
Yeah. If you like something, like a movie or a series or something, why is it wrong to like it? Just because this person or that person says it's bad? That's their opinion. You're free to like whatever you want. It took me a while to learn that because I'd watch a movie, oh man, that movie was great. And then find out the general opinion is pretty poor. And it's like, maybe it wasn't as good as I thought, but it's like, no, I genuinely enjoyed that movie, therefore it's a good movie. To me. I don't have to like something just because everyone else does.
Or dislike
does
it
the
because everyone else dislikes
Exactly, yeah.
How does the old saying go? Opinions are like buttholes. Everybody's got them, and I don't care about yours.
Well,
I thought you were going to say they stink like echidnas do.
Okay.
All right, Rouge.
I'm trying to like funnel down the rest of my thoughts here, so that way I'm not taking up too much time. But
I did have a thought to tack on to what you were saying, though. Because it's again one of the reasons why I love Sonic as a character. You know, it's that line of dialogue. What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure. And like I love that simple, straightforward of, you know, Sonic knows who he is, and he's gonna be himself. And that's very much been something that I've tried to emulate in my own life. Yeah. And so, like, you saying that kind of made me think of that.
Yeah, he's not, like, he doesn't in the hero business. He's just a dude that does things because he feels like it's the right thing to do.
It's just, the more time I spend playing this game, the more that I appreciate it.
Yes.
Because there's so much care and passion put into, like, every little aspect of the design. It really is one of those games that I could genuinely just, like, play forever for the rest of my life and never get tired of it. And, you know, like, I have some other thoughts here. We already talked about most of it, so I can kind of skip over this stuff. You know, like, the music, the art style, the gameplay, the cheesy plot, the Chow world. Like, it's all perfect in my eyes. Like, yes, it has shortcomings, but in my opinion, the pros of the game outweigh the cons to such a dramatic degree that, like, I don't know, I can just easily overlook anything, because to me, the game is perfect. It perfectly fits what I like to get out of a video game. And I guess kind of just as I had mentioned before, like at the start of this whole crazy thing, like, there are only 4 other video games in the world that I enjoy to the same degree as this one. And considering how many different video games I've played over my entire lifetime, that's a big deal.
Yes.
Well said.
But I think that's the gist of what I have to say. Thus the Cheeseman hath spoken, so it is.
I'm sure I've said
Write it
this.
in stone.
Yes. I'm sure I said this earlier at some point, but yeah, this game has a little something for everybody. So you'll find something you like about this game, be it the music or the time limits or the treasure hunting levels. Look, if time limits and stealth are your thing, you can go ahead and face the giant ladybug in that one level. I don't care. That's not my favorite part.
Can I just say another favorite part for me is just getting to experience this game with you, Sakura. It has been a delight.
Has it though? Has it been?
It absolutely has.
It's been a different perspective on the game, because if it were just David and I talking about this, we'd just be like, oh, Security Hall was tough, but like it's a good, well-designed level, and then there'd be no other commentary on it. This way, like, I am able to see the game from more than just my own perspective because of talking to you, and I don't know, I think that has made this like a more fun experience, and I don't know. It's also helped me. Like I said, I like what I like.
Yeah. I also like
If that includes time limits, I'll dig in my heels on that.
them's fighting words. And yeah, experiencing the game with you guys has been pretty awesome too. I mean, gosh, I didn't know about the whole moving your cart back and forth to go faster than the game intended you to. I didn't know that. That's really funny, and that makes me want to go and play it myself and just do that. But I mean,
Yeah,
getting a fresh perspective. It's like I'm not doing this with my sister. Like, she and I would just be regurgitating back and forth the same information that we grew up with together. Oh, we know this. It's like, no, it's a different perspective, a different approach to certain parts of this game that, like, oh, I didn't really think about that before. Or, oh, hey, that's kind of like how I felt. It's just neat. It's just very cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's the coolest.
And so I guess with that, as we need to wrap up our episode here, we need to unfortunately say goodbye.
Or they could just replay this
unless,
video
of
and it
course-
never has to end.
Oh, that's true.
there you go.
No, I was going to say, we need to get to play in other games, and so Sakura, unless you want to be here weekly,
Secretly, he's just like, please say no, please say no.
please no.
I mean, I'll definitely say Sakura, like, getting to know you and all of this, like, we're now friends, you and I.
Yeah,
you
we're
don't
friends
get a
now.
say in the matter.
Yeah.
And like we'll still chat with each other.
With that, though, Sakura, you do things outside of appear on my channel to talk about Sonic and play Among Us.
Torturing.
And I want the people to know, what are you doing? What are you working on? Plug your social medias for us.
I draw things sometimes. I have Twitters. I have an account that I spew my thoughts and also retweet like memes and stupid things on my main account. That's at SakuraNights1. That's the number 1. And all of my art is dumped into my art Twitter account, SakuraNightsArt. So I would much prefer it if you would check out the art Twitter. But otherwise, I will probably be starting a singing like karaoke channel soon on YouTube. If the covers from the previous video were any indication of my skill. Just kidding, I'm kidding. But yeah, I'll talk about that on Twitter or whatever at some point.
Just smash cut to the blooper. It doesn't matter of you screaming, it doesn't matter!
And scaring my cats. They're like, whoa, what's going on?
What's happening?
The regular cover, they didn't care. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Oh, she's at it again. And then me screaming like, we pissed you! They're just like, whoa.
Is she having a stroke? What's happening?
Are you okay over there?
Well, you heard it here first. Exclusive look into the future. A cover channel will be coming, and it is cat approved. But until then, everybody out there, please, sincerely, please follow Sakura's art Twitter. It is so good. The amount of pieces that you've done that just constantly amaze me. There's a reason that I wanted to commission you.
Yes.
Fair
for
warning.
this show.
If you commission me, I have a full-time job and I'm also part-time school, so I work very slow with my art. I'm trying to be better. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't rush perfection.
Oh gosh,
No,
no.
exactly. You can't put a time limit on perfection.
Thankfully.
Perfection, jeez.
All right. I will also say, going forward with later Tradin Faves stuff, the regular appeal of the show, because this was a special episode, we were talking about a game we were all nostalgic for, but the regular appeal of the show is that we like to show each other games that we haven't seen before. So if you'd ever like to come back on the show, Sakura, at a future point, maybe you could show us a game we've never seen before, something that's, interesting to you that you'd want to share.
Yeah. I'll have to think of some things.
But that's got to be for down the line because we got
Yeah.
a ton of other crud to get to.
Oh,
we
yeah.
definitely
This
have
is
some other
happening.
stuff on our never-ending list.
As we had mentioned already once before, there's the Dungeons and Dragons extra episode that we want to get to at some point. There's I don't know if you guys know about this. There's a new movie out based on Mr. Bing Bing Wahoo Man Mario himself. I think it'd be kind
right.
of fun to do an episode talking about that movie once we finally get out there to see it.
Yeah, once we can
You haven't
meet up
seen
and
it
actually
yet?
go see it together.
I saw it. Oh,
No,
my
because
we were-
oh my gosh, you guys.
We were supposed to do it yesterday, and then this guy over here, David, his entire family gets sick, so I can't spend the night.
His entire family, as if that's not your own family too.
Well, it's his wife's side of the family.
Your
but-
in-laws?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
my
my
in-laws,
in-laws.
my son was sick. Like, it was there in the house, and we're like, "How bad do you want to risk it?" We're like, let's put it off."
Yeah.
So, but it's
So-
in the works. We're gonna see it.
At some point, we'll get to all of that. I will say, probably expect a big hiatus before we get our next thing out the door.
Yes.
But we're working on it. That said, we do want to tease the official next episode, our game for next time. So with that, next time on Tradin Faves, the ultimate test of wits. Can you hide a murder and let everyone else take the fall? Or catch a murder in their lies to punish the guilty party? In a setting so bleak, how could you feel anything but despair? Oh wait, I misread that. Despair. Huh. That doesn't seem right. Anyway, it's Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Very excited. We've played maybe like an hour into this game already, and I am very excited.
Yes, I've been. This has been at the top of my like. When we pitched starting this podcast, this was one of my top ones, but it got bumped down the list because I was like, oh, this is a longer game. We'll get to it eventually, and now it's like, okay, the time has finally come for us to play this game together, and I'm so excited. I've been enjoying watching you react to how insane this game is.
Yes.
For the context, I'm familiar with the first two Danganronpa games, but I know absolutely nothing about this one, so it's going to be an exciting ride.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, and with that, it is time to wrap up the episode. Normally, what we do is I tell a stupid joke and then we make an awkward jump cut to the credits. But since this is a special episode, I think there's no better way I could end the episode than saying, a new day brings a new adventure. But for now, rest easy, heroes. See you next time.
I'm the coolest.
You ruined my ending!
Oh, yeah! All right! Well, I don't show off, don't criticize. I'm just living by my own feelings, and I won't give in, won't compromise. 'Cause I only have a steadfast heart of gold. My own way.
It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the froggy. Long as the
So stupid.
It doesn't matter who is wrong and who is right. Wait, that's cool. Well, I don't look back, I don't need to.
Time won't wait, and I've got so much fishing to do.
Where do I stop now? It's all blurring, so unclear. Well, I don't know, but I can't be wrong. It doesn't matter. Now what happens?
I will never stop
give up
fishing.
the fight.
I really like fishing. Fishing is a lot of fun.
Place all your bets on the one you think is right. You are gonna bet on me though, right?
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, here we go.
Whoa, it doesn't matter. Now what happens? I will never
give up Froggy.
long as a voice inside drives me to run and fight.
It
doesn't matter who is wrong and who is right.
No.
It doesn't matter.
I caught a fish.
That is shockingly stupid.
But I hope you liked it. I see you thinking about laughing, Sakura.
David, not this again.
You knew it was coming.
We can't have the same blooper
You
twice.
sad sack of shit. I can't have anything around here.
No, afraid not.
Oh,
We only have fun on the show when it's at the expense of someone else.
I thought about like trying to make you laugh, but then I was like, no, that'd be mean and it's an overdone joke. And look who was wrong.
Okay, officer, you
listen.
got me.
You're going to stupid jail.
Stupid
Oh
joke.
boy.
Okay.
And don't worry, guys. I have the kazoo.
It's
Yay, the kazoo is back.
Da-da-da-da.
That is
Da-da-da-da.
so...
Go.
I have to express, Sakura, you are such a trooper when it comes to like making the audio sound good, because you're like, I'm sorry, there's some background noise. I did the best I could. I'm just like, haha, there's all the motorcycles outside.
I literally
Listen to them
send you the
vroom.
raw file of just like, here, you
Oh
fix
my
this.
God.
Yeah.
I would never.
Just like the immediate like microphone fuzz hits the moment I play the audio.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Just instantly.
Part of the problem is that every time I forget how to change it, so I was like, Joseph knows how to change it. I'll just let
I'm
him
gonna
do
go turn on my
it.
bedroom light. Give me a sec.
I mean, yeah. I do know. Whatever you say, Eggman.
Egghead, egg face. Egg poopy butt.
Don't you dare call me that. I will kill you.
Have you seen the animation of how like he just immediately drops?
It's delightful.
Oh man.
I'm going to kill you and then kill you again. I hope my microphone doesn't pick up my squeaky chair.
Your
I
squeaky
hope.
gaming chair.
Your squeaky gaming chair.
I don't. This is actually my wife's
Sonic,
chair.
did you fix my squeaky gaming chair?
It's got this terrible squeak.
No, that's right. It was Sonic's gaming chair, and Eggman was supposed to fix
Yeah.
it. Did you fix my squeaky gaming chair?
Oh no, I forgot.
I forgot to fix a squeaky gaming chair.
It's only been 6 months. Anyone could have forgotten.
That was one of the first things that you sent us. Like,
That was like day one.
I forgot about that.
My squeaky gaming chair.
I love the squeaky gaming chair saga. It's so stupid.
I cry every time.
We could also just throw the Dear Diary, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
Dear Diary.
Dear Diary, I had a dream that I was kissing Shadow. I was scared at first, but I decided I really liked it. Sorry, we will not use that.
Or will we?
That's definitely going in the bloopers, but we will not use that.
Give the Shadonic fans something.
Something. If they want something, they can go to a different podcast.
Fanfiction.net. Are there podcasts dedicated to that?
And then in my fanfiction, the two hedgehogs kiss!
Ooh. What is this, Adventure Time?
We're at minute 12. Audacity.
30 hours of bloopers.
It's a 20-minute episode.
Great,
3 hours of bloopers. Great!
Oh my goodness.
Looks like I'm on a roll. My name's Sonic, and I'm experiencing puberty.
His voice just turns into Roger's voice from Frontiers.
Hey guys, it's me, Chris Redfield.
Oh!
Technically the same voice actor.
Yeah, I've heard some of his audio performances from other games where he's like, "You son of a bitch," and I'm like, "Oh, Sonic."
Sonic, please. The Chow are listening.
Chow.
And then, like, we'd be like, Sakura, the Chows are listening. Like,
The what are listening?
the Chow.
The Chows.
The Chow are listening. You can't say that. That sounds kind of funny to me, honestly.
Oh, we have been recording for like 16 minutes.
Yeah, we've been going for 17,
Okay.
17 according to
About
mine, because I
16
started early.
I know.
Oh yeah, you started earlier. I forgot.
Mm-hmm. No,
This is just
it's
adding to
amazing.
stuff we have to edit, so should we get on with this 15 minutes?
In the
Well,
words,
we just gotta settle on a sketch.
I'm down for
or
that one.
skit
That
or
one.
whatever.
That one was hilarious.
The swear one.
Yeah. Also, because I know that you'll censor it in a hilarious way.
Woogie.
Probably. Froggy.
I still can't believe you won't do a. That would be so funny.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I'm just freaking busy.
I was like, aren't you going to? You're like, no. And I'm like, talent going to waste. $1 million ideas.
Is that what I have to?
Right
Is that what I
now.
have to do to gain your approval?
Dance, puppets, dance.
Because I will. Darn it.
You're not my dad, Sakura.
You know my dad. You don't know me.
My dad works at Nintendo.
You're not my frog.
You're not my froggy. You don't know me.
This is my fishing rod. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Leave me alone and get your own life.
Wow. Oh.
Goofy movie.
Why are you both typing?
Yeah, why are you typing, David? You know what? You know what, David? You're gonna make me post it, aren't you? I will break out the Donkey Kong if I have
As soon
to.
as I sent that, I was just like, hi.
I will turn this podcast around, young children of mine.
sorry.
If you're typing in here and he's
Look,
typing in here, then who's driving the podcast?
Who's driving the podcast?
Who's trying? Oh, that spiked the heck out of my audio. Good.
Oh, I need
I
water.
like it that way.
Drink from your
Uh-oh.
water bottle.
The one that goes fung.
I was drinking. Stop.
I'm sorry.
Can't do that.
How am I supposed to know? I can't see your face. I can't see the water being shoved into your mouth.
Sorry.
Are you still drinking water? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
But what was left of it is...
What's left of it
It's
is
on
now
you
all
now.
over.
It's all over my screen. It's not. I'm just joking.
It's the meme of the guy with like the cereal just.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to record this. I can't wait to record.
Director, sir, I need my lines.
I can't wait to record this
sorry,
podcast. It's clueless.
I can't make stupid remarks and type at the same time. David's just gonna be like, boo! As soon as we start.
Maybe.
Okay, no. Here we go. Alright, there we go. There.
To be honest,
22 minutes. Was that so hard?
I thought you were gonna say something else, and I was just gonna wait until like it was an obvious cue. But then you just like picked me up and threw me into the metaphorical deep end of the pool. So I was like, shoot.
Sink or swim,
I
Sakura.
typed out the script. It was literally the next line.
Well, now you have.
But it's okay. We got a clean take of everything.
Yeah, now we have a space of silence, so you can use that or whatever. Who cares? Just trim it or something. I don't know.
Trust me, you won't even remember we had this argument until I put it in the bloopers.
Right, I'm gonna be cleaning this up like several days from now. Like, what were we talking about? What?
Who am I?
Who am I? Where am I?
Slow show.
Uno reverse card.
No, you. This is like Knuckles, and he's like, "Oh no!" And then you flip him upside down, and he's like, "No, you." Okay, we're doing it. We're stopping the funny. We're not funny anymore.
No, this is serious.
We've lost our touch.
Now that I've set the bar super low, I can do the opening joke.
Time.
25 minutes. We've officially passed.
Okay,
25
we
minutes.
need to focus up because I do have work
I will start
tomorrow,
now.
and so
Everything I touch dies.
I'm unhinged. I'm the coolest.
Ultimate life form.
I'm the ultimate life form.
Maria.
I have a chaos control.
I'll grant you one wish.
Shadow, where's my wish?
this is the ultimate power.
I'll use your technique, chaos control.
It all starts with this.
A jewel containing the ultimate power.
Ultimate victory.
Teriyaki.
Oh.
Fire power laser.
Well, tell me when to turn off the recording and I'll be happy to do so.
Yeah.
This is like, even our bloopers are not funny.
It's more that I have to clean up. I'm like, stop!
Stop adding to the...
Everyone shut up!
Shadow, you
I'd be
betrayed me
happy to.
again.
Make these bloopers as long as possible. Show them no mercy.
Why do you have the best Black Doom of the three of us?
All of you
Did you make a deal with Black Doom?
I've had an unreasonable amount of practice.
That is so cool.
Would you say she's the coolest?
The coolest.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, that honor goes to Big the Cat.
I'm the coolest.
You can't get away this time. There's only one real big cat.
I wonder what happened to Sonic. The Sonic Adventure 1, we can't talk about that.
We already talked about it. Sonic Adventure 1 is off limits.
I thought you were going to say Sonic Adventure 1 is awful. I'm like, what?
Never.
Them's fighting words.
Me? To say such
We talked about it for
things?
6 hours so positively. What do you mean?
It was all just a ruse.
Yeah, it was for the views.
I did it for the views. Do it for the vine.
He had nothing to lose.
I gotta get up for a second. A cat is asking to enter the room. 1 second.
It's me, let me in.
Grateful cats. Those cats knocked everything off the table. Dude, get it together.
Okay, sorry.
It's just a cat.
You just hear like a muffled.
I thought I shut the door, but apparently I left it open, so he's just being noisy because he wants to.
No, you just hear like a muffled, like Froggy. Are you in
Space
I think
colony.
we made that joke. we made that joke during the Sonic Adventure one because your cat stepped on the power button.
That's
The
right.
cat jokes.
No.
That's right. I forgot.
I was waiting for that plane to pass by. There we go. I think it's almost gone. It's like picking
It's
up on my
Knuckles piloting the ship.
picking up on my recording. I'm like, no,
No.
No.
no, no, no,
No, no, no.
no, no, no. Oh,
No, don't touch that lever! Whoa!
Sorry, I will be back again. That cat is yelling again, and it's... I'll be right back.
It's alright, Captain Motorcycle is showing up a bit earlier than expected. I hear all the motorcycle noises outside. Captain Motorcycle's gonna play it off like you were a bitch.
Okay, what?
The Game Grumps.
Sorry, okay, they have left the room, so they're not going to be making any noise anymore.
Okay.
But you were saying...
What was I saying?
Alright, you little cats. You're shaking and making jiggly noises in my audio.
Everybody listen to us, we're cute and fluffy.
they are cute. Fluffy, not so much. They have short
Oh,
hair.
okay. Oh, they're short hair.
Siamese
We're
cats.
cute and only kind of fluffy.
And yet you leave hair everywhere all over my bed and make me sick on my birthday.
How did that happen?
Gee, I wonder. Led to today I'm washing all of my bed sheets and pillows.
Thanks, guys.
Anyways.
Important sidebar.
Sorry for that side note. I just
Alright.
keep reading a ding, 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 and I'm like, I have to cut that out.
Yep. And that'll be a good place to cut it off.
Brilliant.
I'm so sorry. I saw an opportunity and I had to.
No, I kind of set this up hoping that one of you would interject with something stupid, so I think that worked out perfectly.
Oh, man. We did it! The Sonicpocalypse is over.
The Sonicpocalypse is over, we're free.
For now.
I hope it wasn't obvious
Just
that
for
I'm
now.
still trying to get over the cold. I'm not sick anymore, but my throat is still very sore. And so I had to keep muting my microphone to like cough and blow my nose.
Oh, we didn't hear it on our end.
Oh, Audacity heard it
No.
for sure.
Oh,
In full clarity it did.
caught in
That's
4K.
okay, because that's okay because you're definitely gonna edit the heck out of that thing before it gets into my hands, so
You're
I
gonna
won't
clean
even
up the
know
audio,
about it.
right?
You're gonna clean
Yeah.
up the audio,
Right.
right?